Hello and wait, that's not us. Hello and welcome back, everyone. Today we are going to be having an EU5 stream to restore sanity and or fear. It's going to be a Q&A stream where we're going to be answering questions, kind of outlining ideas, wherever chat kind of takes us. Chat take the wheel, which is a daring and dangerous proposition, but some things other than answering questions, if we stall out a little bit, we're going to be reacting to other content creators' impressions on the game. Someone made a mega thread. We'll probably get through all of it with Corbett, Flurry, and Cleo. I know there's playmaker opinions as well, but no one's really aggregated them, and aggregated them without like their own commentary, really. We do have some amount on the thread, but some random thoughts. Yeah, this guy's just adding his own thoughts. But we will be reacting to this type of thing. That's an ad. Speaking of ads, though, the thing that we should be plugging, because currently this is, in terms of game opportunities, this is pretty high for us. That's not the things we wanted. This is the thing we wanted. If you guys were interested in supporting the channel, you could definitely support quite a lot if you're planning on ordering the game anyways. If you order through their website and you use the code Generalist at checkout, we're going to go to our cart. This will give us 12% of the sale. It will not make the game any cheaper. If you have another content creator you like, you should not use our code, and you should instead ask them if they have a code. But this will give us 12% of the sale, and so that would be very, very helpful. With that said, we have a little bit of a backlog of questions because we opened up the stream a little bit early so that we would get some questions, so we're going to start cruising through some of them. Yo, not sure I'll make the stream. That's not a question. I really want to know about China holding Yuan together. You said last stream it would be almost impossible. Could you expand on that, please? So, currently, as it stands, China/Yuan seems absolutely fully railroaded to experience the Red Turban Rebellion. It seems like you cannot stop it. Or if you can't stop it, we just weren't good enough. We did literally everything to boost peasant satisfaction to absolute max, doing a run as Yuan, and we still experienced the Red Turban Rebellion. There's an event where you can choose one option or the other. Maybe if you choose the other option, you could prolong it, this type of thing. And so currently, it seems like the strategy for Yuan is to, how should I say? It seems like the strategy for Yuan is to do one of two things. One, only build in Beijing, where you will gain your territory, or only build kind of in this market that's up here. Let's maybe take a little bit of a closer look at China, get a little bit of a better feel for it. So you could either build entirely in the market that is to the north, where you are going to be you're going to retain control basically, leading up to the Red Turban Rebellion, and then look to crush them there. You get basically minus 100% conscripts though, so we had like 600 conscripts in terms of what we could get, and we were highly dependent on Korea to actually fight our fights for us. Strong, independent Yuan that, in fact, needs a man, and that man is Korea, as well as our little subjects down here. Or, probably stronger, is just taking out a whole bunch of loans as Yuan, bankrupting yourself, and building everything where Ming or Wu are going to spawn. And that's probably the way to go overall, just in a sort of general sense. What is the strength of the Teutons? Is it possible to kill them day one as Novgorod? Thanks, and have a good stream. Thank you, Pomo, for the $5. Thank you so very much. I would say... I haven't played as the Teutons or Novgorod. I would say that, generally speaking, the parliament to increase levies is turbo strong early on, and then it just completely falls off and is nearly useless. And you can do a lot of early game moves after your first parliament if you do increase levies and then make a go for it. You could probably fight them as Novgorod day one, I would guess, but I haven't really taken a close look at Novgorod, so it's a bit hard for me to say. Incidentally, Teutons, after the serious Brandenburg nerfs, are probably better for forming Prussia than Brandenburg, which is a little bit interesting. Let's see. If you have any experience with England, what is your experience level? We have played a little bit as England, but not a whole lot. Maybe let's take a look at the map for England. Our experience with England is really, really limited. So, we played maybe the first 50 years as England. This is kind of on our list to play a little bit more. But they actually have pretty good resources because they have a ton of wool in here. I think wool is pretty strong. It's wool or rice is the best food resource. It does give 5 food. It has base price of 2.5. Pretty strong. Overall medium resources, because you have no turbo good resources, except there's like 1 silver in here somewhere. And so that seems fine. They seem really, really great for a maritime push. You know, I think you just dev province on London. Your provinces are small, so you don't necessarily have that much benefit from dev province, so you'll be using it in other ways. You have really kind of nice expands into the lowlands and northern France. Something that we were meaning to try is how hard is it to go for a personal union, and so we're not really sure how hard it is to go for the personal union with France. I imagine you just kind of beat up France a little bit, you personal union them sometime in the first 100 years. It's probably a turbo strong start. That might not be what people are looking for, though, when they play England. I think in multiplayer, England is going to really shine because you will not need a standing army. And so this means you can dedicate kind of resources elsewhere. England has really strong levies. Levies currently are turbo weak. I imagine they get buffed. And if levies start to be good, then England, you can do this thing where you have a really small standing army, really huge navy, and you just don't, your navy protects you. It's your wooden wall. And so I think that'll be particularly strong in multiplayer. Potentially by giving up land in France and focusing inward first, and how realistic it is to, I think you're going to do that, focus inward in multiplayer and give up on France. I don't think anyone's going to let you subjugate this type of thing. And I think it'll be more entertaining to play that way as well. Not that you're asking a power level question, not an entertaining question. So how does that work with the Dublin market and stopping all the Black Death? I don't think you're going to be able to prevent Black Death. You have too many people to subjugate too early on and get rid of to completely remove their ability to trade, and you're just not going to be able to do it. I don't think you can prevent the Black Death. The best thing you could do is try and make enough money to build buildings that are going to give you some disease resistance and look to only lose like half your pops instead of like a very, very significant portion. Like 60% or something, or lose 40% instead of 60%, something like this. Zoom is basically based on issues brought up in May not being fixed. Is there anything you could tell us about plans have dev for this? The devs have for this. I don't know about plans exactly, and if I knew plans, I'd not be able to discuss them and probably give a non-answer such as this. But generally speaking, a lot of people are concerned about performance and the AI being weak. I'll say the AI has actually gotten way, way better at some things. The AI is way better at microing armies. They punt off stacks way less frequently than they did before. To be fair, they still sometimes punt off stacks, but I mean, when I'm playing, I sometimes punt off stacks as well. And so, they're a lot better at microing armies. There are some concerns around... The AI is pretty bad at eco in a variety of ways. I think there are some solutions for fixing that. I'm planning on doing 3 kind of mega feedback posts, which are how to improve the AI at eco, how to improve the AI in regards to expansion, and I forget the third one, but in terms of feedback I'm going to be giving, I think that there's a lot of things that aren't super difficult that you could do to make the AI a lot better, like making the AI just build less forts. I think they punt off a lot of their early game margins into forts, and then this is why they just fall really hard, fall far behind. There we go. Because I just couldn't for the life of me get that out there. Because they just aren't able to start really snowballing. Thank you, Financial Literacy, for the £4.99. Could you compare the resources of Britain and France and evaluate an overall starting position of England, France, Castile, resource, terrain, etc.? We're gonna write that down and come back to it. Actually, maybe let's maybe take a look. Because that's a lot of stuff to cover, you know, kind of in one thing. But we'll talk about the English resources first. I think England probably, of the 3, has the best resources, because I'm kind of bullish on wool. Wool has a decent base price, and it gets to double dip on food and also be an important input for an industry that's going to have a lot of demand, which is the fabric. It's just the general kind of large amount of fabric that gets consumed overall in an economy that really makes this good, more so than the base prices of the goods in here being good. There's also a decent chunk of lumber, which is going to be like a ubiquitous thing you look for. If you don't have like 3 to 4 lumber plus in your market, you're going to experience some bad times at some point in time. The Dublin market doesn't have a lot of lumber, so that's maybe a bit of an oof. Salt is also relatively a high demand good, so that's going to be useful. But the livestock is pretty meh, so that's kind of weak on this front. And you know, you do have some amount of iron, which is good. Yeah, I think in general, you're very often looking to have a few sources of iron and a few sources of either wool or cotton, and England kind of checks those. You know what? Maybe France's resources are better, but that's just because they have more of them, I think. And France just has more land, more pops, this type of stuff. I was saying England is better, but like England might have better density. I think France just kind of has some worse resources in general, but they just have more of them and better land overall because of better terrain. But like taking a look at France, we do see kind of a lot of wheat, which is not going to push the needle as much. I think wool is a much better source of food than the wheat. I think wheat gives per RGO 8 food and wool gives 5. But you do have some pretty nice resources in the just kidding. Where's this? This is the wrong map. What's this about? Yeah. That's not up to date. Yeah, so more up to date, you have some silken dyes, which are much more premium than stuff Great Britain has. Actually, you have a lot more iron. Maybe France is better. They're all just kind of solid and mid-ish, I would say. Just in general, they don't really have too many premiums. I think France in total has like 3 silver, though. So France has the most premiums. But the silver's all far. There's 1 silver. There's a silver over here. There's the silver over there. I think it's 3. There's a little bit of spices, but overall, you know, they're kind of on the medium side. Oh, hey, Gene. Happy Saturday. Just gotta say quick hi before work. God bless. Hey, Gene. Hey. We're gonna try and catch up a little bit. Generalist should break the NBA and stream EU5 for us. I could technically, I think, stream my playing it. I just can't stream any volume from the game or images from the game, but I could narrate. That seems kind of pushing it, though. Thank you for the spreadsheets. You're very welcome. Hello, Peter. Please do not let chat take the wheel. It's too late. We're a little behind here. Trying to catch up. I'm the person making the mega. Just sorting the list. Do you have Playmaker stuff in there? We're gonna respond to it if we get caught up in here. Clearly capitalized EU5 Q&A stream is a vacation. Yep. Playmaker opinions were hard to parse. The biggest thing I recall is that he thinks Parliament is power creep. In general, like, I saw one of his earlier videos before, and he thought every aspect of Parliament was overpowered, and if they're all overpowered, then it just means you don't like Parliament, right? Because if one thing's overpowered, you're kind of saying it's overpowered relative to the other options. If you think every option is overpowered, then you just kind of, like, don't like the mechanic, I think. Not asking for much, just any extra info you can give on the Horn of Africa. Particular changes were made to locations, density, like Sudan and Somalia regions. I don't think we saw any difference in density. Okay, let's close these out and go to the mega. We will talk briefly on Spain, but we talked about Spain's resource in the recent video, so maybe we'll kind of put Spain on the back burner. If we see Spain in here, we'll open it up. There's the feedback. Let's open that up. And then Horn of Africa, where's that? Oop. Some thoughts on the Horn of Africa. Just generally speaking, you just have really rough terrain. We did a Ethiopia run, though, so we got to play quite a bit, but this is like kind of the main characteristic here is that you're gonna have a hard time. Really turbo good resources off to the left, so we put our capital off to the left and just did a lot of colonization. I think eventually you can get the ball rolling and be pretty strong, because this entire block of area, you're just gonna get really unopposed, especially in a multiplayer context. You're not going to be, like, turbo strong, but you're going to be, I think, a lot stronger than people would suspect Ethiopia to be. Just kind of have really solid resources. Coffee doesn't have an insane base price, but there's almost no supply of coffee, so it will be very expensive before Colombian exchange, as soon as you get to be able to be trading. And then you have quite a lot of gold piles. It's almost the best gold density region here. You see gold, 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 gold. gold. This is like 3 or 4 gold. This is 1 gold. And so pretty strong on that front, and also a lot of lumber. So you'll have just a very kind of smooth type of thing going once you get going. But it's a really rough start. May I ask how the code sales have been going? Currently, the code might be like a quarter of our yearly income. The code is absolutely huge. Just to like put things in like context, I was to some extent looking for like an exit strategy or a backup, because growth of the channel has not been such that like this makes sense as like a livelihood thing as much. But then like the code, as well as some other things, are like really making the year look a lot better. Will you be taking questions? Absolutely. I will 100% be using the code when I go to pre-order. Godspeed. Thank you so very much. That is code Generalist in all caps. If you are interested, you can go to the website. It does not give you a discount, but it does send me 12% of the sale if you wanted to kick 12% my way. And if you wanted to kick 12% another content creator's way, you should check if they have a code. And if you want Paradox to get all the money, which Paradox getting money is a good thing, this is how they develop the games, you could just not use a code at all. Are you allowed to test multiplayer in the near future? I could test multiplayer right now. I just don't... I haven't set anything up with creators. I could set it up right now, though. Can you talk about late game mechanics like Absolutism or Revolution? I haven't done too much in the Age of... my sample size in the Age of Absolutism is relatively low, and I haven't gotten the Age of Revolutions. Absolutism, there's this massive court and country situation, which seems categorically unavoidable, where you kind of wrest power back from the estates or not. Previously, I thought that liberalization was just better, but I had talked quite a lot about thinking estates and liberalization are good and crown power is bad. And almost every point that I've made, or have made in videos and stuff, has just gotten turbo nerfed. So now crown power is probably the way to go, and absolutism is probably the way to go. A lot of the videos discussing things I thought were meta were just turbo nerfed. Like Dev Province. I was really bullish on Dev Province, especially in my video for building a power base. Minus 80% of what it was. That's an absolutely insane-o nerf. But to be fair, I was doing stuff like getting all of India blue and max control. Max control's blue now, by the way. And so... and I was posting screenshots, and I suppose Johan thought that was too much to have, like, all of India blue basically in 1600 or something like this. Not all of it, but, like, really big chunks of it. So, something like this. Is there a limit to how much you can take in one war? Can you take everything? There's a limit. One of my proposals for actually shutting down expansion or making expansion slower is we're so far behind. Is that I think that what you should do is you should have a total war score cost, and every time you separate piece someone, it should eat into that cost. So if you do one separate piece that costs 20 war score, the max war score you should be able to take in your next piece should be 80. And in this, because what you could do is, one of the reasons why it's turbo easy to expand in the HRE, and just like kind of a joke, is that everyone's really small, and you get these like 10 player block alliances, so you deck, and then you could just full annex 10 guys, because it's like, it's like, what is it, maybe 15 war score, like 10 times, which is 150 total war score, but you don't care because it's separate pieces, so you can just full annex, stuff like this, or just take massive chunks out of, like, if you just want to full annex the HRE really, really quickly, it's like, not that hard to do, and then when the coalition forms, you just deck on the coalition and you annex the coalition. And so, but I think that's like a simple fix, right? Because I think that my proposal fixes that. Maybe EU4 players would hate that. Are you able to talk about performance and how did it work for you? Performance gets a little bit bad when you start getting into later time periods. I think there's some things I can't quite talk about, but I would say that generally performance kind of seems okay. Not like insane good, not insane bad, but I have a barely above minimum recommendations rig, so I am abandoning runs due to performance as time gets late, but I also have like, I don't have like a tip-top rig. Are there still dice rolls in battles? Yes. What would you recommend to start a country to learn the game? Hungary, or any country where you are the only one in your market and you have and you are entirely within one market, basically. Do you have any advice on what gameplay has the most whimsy? I really like doing like the eco game type of thing. Do land trade routes give any benefit to the country, or its locations as they move through? I think the first location in a market where it enters benefits, something like this. Here, let's answer some Twitch questions, because currently we're just looking at the YouTube ones, because we're playing catch-up. Are there colonial cultures? No, there are not colonial cultures. Colonization in general doesn't have too many emergent mechanics other than eventual Columbian exchange, but that has less to do with colonization itself. What are your opinions on the straight borders of East America? Totally okay with it, because that's at the area level. When you're operating at a provincial or location like base level, you like barely notice it, honestly. Like if we could take a look and show what we're talking about, but in the North America feedback, something people were upset about was that let's look at the areas. Like the areas like look blocky and like this, but if you notice, these aren't like the normal. All the borders are like way more fiddly than like IRL. And when you look at something, you're like almost never using the area map mode or looking at something from an area perspective. When you look at the provinces map mode, this doesn't look too like blocky or insane. And when you're looking at things from like an area perspective, like you don't, I mean, you kind of notice the outlines if you're like really familiar with the US like states and like this type of stuff. But for the most part, this doesn't look like turbo insane. How many hours do you have in EU5? That I'm not going to discuss. Hundreds. I'm not going to be specific, though. Top tier name placement with the Golden Horde. Big nice. Let's get back to your... I do like that your subjects, you get your name plastered over. Can Ethiopia propagate control in the mountains? Not very well. They don't have any bonuses to mountains. They have a bonus in general. It's like 10% proximity, which is quite good for a nation their size in terms of flavor. That's going to be relatively strong. Will improvements be made to location density in Sudan and Somalia? I don't know. I don't think so. Doesn't Castile have a ton of gold and silver? No, they have 2 silver piles or locations. How many advances and events for Ruthenia? I think it's 0. Sorry, Dennis. Or I think it's 0 advances, but maybe some events, but it's very little. Mega's sorted now? Hot diggity damn. We're catching up to it, too. How much population does France or Castile have at the start of the game? France has, at the start, France has like 6 million, and Castile has about 6 million, but that's excluding French subjects. If you like get everyone integrated, it's probably around 10 million. I think that France, I've been making a list for like top 10 countries, and I'm gonna be playing it a little bit to try and figure out who I think is best. I think there's a pretty strong chance France is the #1 European country. Bohemia is by far the most explosive though, so it's really hard to rate. Like long term, France is gonna be a lot better than Boho, but like in the short term, Bohemia looks to be best. You should definitely do an AAR in the future prior to release. I might do something that's more podcast based AAR. I'm looking to try and be time efficient. So doing something like the Molly run thing is very, very time inefficient. And I think you guys would rather have 3 to 4 videos instead of just the one kind of thing. Soundtrack from the game? Favorite? Here, we'll play it. I think it's the one with the heavy drums. No Fear, No Mercy. So this one. Canada looks bad. Oh, I didn't take a close look at Canada. Are none of the non-merchant republics? Yeah, Milan starts as a republic. Is there an embargo for being able to show gameplay? Yes. Did you play France? Yes. If I see the capital, if I set the capital in Toledo, it would be viable, for example, to create the Kingdom of Galicia, keep Navarre and Granada as vassal, and play with vassals that way, kind of, and then forming Spain. Well, you accept most of the pops, you have cores and acceptance on, like, most of the pops in Iberia, so I don't know if I'd go as far as releasing someone. Releasing Galicia is maybe okay, though. You're talking about releasing up here? The thing is the silver pile is over here. And I think you want to control the silver, specifically. Toledo... Is Toledo down here? I forget exactly where Toledo is. I think that the eventual capital should probably be Sevilla, but then you could get control over here relatively quick once you get maritime, because you just come through all these. And each one of these, if you lose one proximity, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then coming in, let's call it another 10, 20. You have like 60 proximity here, so it's not too bad. Where can I find all the map feedback? If you go on the website, there's a mega thread, and you can see the Tinto maps. If you go to European Universalis 5 section here, in the games, there's a mega thread linked to all developer threads, and in there it has all the maps and all this type of stuff. Hey Panda, how's it going? Panda, wow. Long time no see. Did the devs listen and add more construction goods for different regions without lumber? No, they did not. Lumber is just uber ubiquitous. Like, if you don't have lumber, it's really rough. There's still dice rolls. Is it possible to play as a daimyo? Yeah, it is, but the gameplay, like, was confusing me when I, like, tried to take a closer look at it. Someone says message retracted. I agree. In Denmark, viable? They hadn't released any feedback. I think you're gonna have really low pops. It depends what you mean by viable. I think you can play as just about anyone and, like, do some decent stuff, but I think your like, top end as Denmark's gonna be relatively bad. Just generally speaking, I think that, like, Russia is incredibly weak. Is there Tindo feedback on Scandinavia? Maybe we could take a closer, like, pull into the Baltic? I don't think that's gonna have Scandi, right? There's not a feedback on Scandi. So, a little bit difficult to comment on it. In theory, we could just boot up the game and just describe what's going on, but we're not going to do that. Does it make sense to create a control vein from your capital and main market to the capital and second market in order to have a second heavy industrial center once your capital fills out? Yes. But I think eventually you kind of hit maybe situations where, like, placing your capital between two markets makes sense. Like, let's say you have a market here and a market here, placing your capital here, because you can push 100 control over to here and 100 control over to here, kind of can make sense. Not for Spain specifically. For Spain specifically, I think you want your capital here or here, but one of the two. Anything on the Mughals? Not that I saw. India's formable. I can't remember anything on the Mughals, though. Are Making Nations fun? I played a little bit, and then I wasn't enjoying myself, so I stopped. How's Florence doing in terms of resources? We can take a quick look. I think in general, like, the thing with Florence is, like, there's turbo zero food. So we made our own market as Florence in our Milan game, and then we, like, starved to death, basically. There's just really not a lot of food, but that kind of means there's a lot of other goodies in here. How does England compare as a naval power versus Iberians, France, Genoa, Hansa, and England? Can England get naval supremacy from the start or only later? I think they have some good bonuses later on, but, like, early on, like, Genoa will be just super dominant with their galleys. Like, they have, I think, a turbo amount of sailors. I don't think England has too many unique units, but they're just in a really good position to, like, focus on it. They get, like, more reward for being super naval dominant. I think they're probably weaker than the Iberians, just generally. Iberians get some unique ships, I think, more than England. It's a little bit tough for me to remember. You probably do well against France and the Hansa, though, something like this. They posted a gameplay video for Gamescom? Oh, I didn't even notice that. We'll probably do a response to that later then. Interesting. Is pop maxing something you could do? It's probably something you always do. Please chill with meeting everything funny. Wait, what? Meeting everything funny. Funny how? Funny like a clown? Is pop maxing something you can do? Kind of. I think you're kind of always pop maxing a little bit. Your degree of agency is not necessarily super high. How well do the Ottomans expand? Their situation is turbo insane for expansion. They're just absolutely insane. Castile has 2 markets at the start. Is it feasible to merge them into one? You could. I think it'd be bad. But you could. I think you have too much terrain to cut through as Castile. Yeah, but you could put one here. Late game, maybe that's better. There's a really nice advantage to that in that, like, I think like 70% of your pops are in the north, and you kind of want a lot more pops in the south, and so if you were one market, you could get migration. Taking a quick look at Florence, though, wine isn't super good, but wool and silk and dyes are all quite good, and this is marble and aluminum, so, like, you have the iron's pretty solid as well. Fiber crops are pretty solid. So you just have pretty nice resource density, but you notice, like, you have 1, 2, 3 weight, 2 livestock. Wool is a source of food, but it doesn't give you as much. So not as much food centered here. And Italy is turbo urbanized, so they generally have food problems in general. Bro skipped only my comment. Womp womp. Really? There's a lot of comments, dude. It's hard out here. Let's see if we can find it, Cyprus. Do you think EU5 could be fun if I'm not playing to be optimal or min-max and just want to roleplay? Yes, absolutely. There's some, like, exploitative things that we're, like, not doing in our runs, because it's just, like, I mean, like, I just don't feel like doing that type of thing. You know what I should have done is I should have just kept ignoring your comment. Womp womp. Lack of infos for late game is somewhat bothering me. Do you have occasion to explore these parts in details? They're going to be doing them in upcoming Tinto talks. I don't want to step on their toes, so I don't want to, like, feature a mechanic. Like, Columbia Exchange is super cool. I don't really want to talk about it extensively before they talk about it, though. But there's more content towards the front of the game, because as you start to deviate historically, there's, like, as you create more branches, there's, like, less ability to make content for, like, later game stuff, you know what I mean? So you can do, like, big situations like Columbia Exchange, the movement of goods from the old world to the new world, and from the new world to the old, but you can't necessarily have unique content for a unique nation that just may or may not form, and it just depends on how history branches. Like, it's easier to have grounded content in closer to game start. And also, if they are going to... they have 500 years. If they put 20% of the content in the first 100 years, 20% in the second, 20% in the third, etc., that'd just probably be the wrong way to stack content, right? Because majority play hours are going to be in the first 100 years, no matter what. Or actually, probably not. Probably the second 100 years, but you get my idea, or my point, because it's faster to go through the first 100 than the second 100. Is there any feature you don't think other content creators cover that you think will be a big feature, like works of art? Works of art feel a little underwhelming, but I think that just might be that they're really opaque in terms of how valuable they are and how this is represented to you. Cyprus retracted his messages. No, I didn't read them in time. No. Not like this. Is it possible to completely culture convert large areas? Kind of hard. Culture conversion is just generally really slow, and you just need to hit over the 50% mark. I don't think it's feasible to 100% culture convert, like, everything. How's trade? Is it still the best way to make money? Nope. Trade's kind of really taking a backseat to tax. Tax is where it's at now. When's the gameplay embargo date? I do not have a date, and if I did, I probably wouldn't be able to say. But I actually don't have one. I'll probably just give a non-answer if I get asked that again, though. Low-pop countries seem super interesting to me. Low-pop countries are probably get a little bit more interesting, especially when manufacturing becomes good, because the labor-oriented buildings take a lot more workers, and you can start caring about efficiency per worker, but I think your payoff is not high enough to be able to go without the labor industries. I think it really feels like you get squeezed at a certain point quite quickly. if you're playing Europe in terms of running out of pops. Yeah, if they had double the pops, it would feel a lot smoother. To be fair, you could just half the pop cost of everything. With such a close release date, how much do you think Paradox would improve the game? A decent amount. Because a lot of changes that are going to affect gameplay, like a whole lot, like the system, there's like a system level analysis where like, I think the systems are solid, and then there's like a polish level analysis where I think that some more polish is needed, but like the polish is easier to do than like reworking the systems. The lack of like a really interesting and dynamic system for colonization is probably, in terms of like, if I could complain about the absence of a system, it would be that. How bad is it for low pop countries? Have you run out of pops? Yeah, I ran out of pops playing the Netherlands. It sucked really hard. I just couldn't. I couldn't do anything like economically. It's like it was just kind of like everything stopped, and I just had to wait on the pop growth because I had buildings that just didn't have enough pops. So building more buildings like was pointless. Trying to look for the map for them. But yeah, eventually I just annexed Castile though, and started using their pops as kind of solution there. Do we not have do I not have eyes? It's probably that I don't have eyes. Yeah, it's just the first one. So, pretty decent resources, but yeah, I annexed just like all the Netherlands region, which is actually quite large. Can we get a react on the new gameplay video? I will probably just do a separate video for that, because I didn't even know that had dropped. How's your VJ game going? I kind of hit like a threshold where I'm just turbo strong, and I was like, you know what, I already have a decently deep run on this country. I'm going to switch back to my Austria run, so I switched back to playing Austria, and like 120 years in as Austria, control most of South Germany for those of you kind of caring about like expansion pacing, and I'm not expanding as quickly as humanly possible, but like I'm looking to be, like, in terms of how I'm playing, I'm looking to be strong later, not just expand as quickly as possible. So but yeah, the in terms of borders, we have at this point kind of stretched all the way over here and eaten a little bit of Bohemia, and we have kind of dotting of subjects kind of like all the way out. There's been no Austria-Hungary content yet, and there's a decent chunk of silver. We haven't gone after Tyrol though, which is probably a mistake. There's like 3 silver pyrals in Tyrol. We stole some good resources off of Bohemia. I think Austria, there's like this scrum, right, of 4 really strong nations in Poland, Bohemia, Hungary, and Austria. That's going to be really interesting in multiplayer, because I think if you have 20 players, there's a decent chance 3 out of 4 of these get picked. And I think that they're very strong in single player, but if you're bumping up against people like that in your best expand directions, because each of these want to expand into each other, like maybe they just kind of become middling and medium just in general. Bohemia is going to be the strongest at the start, but like they don't have staying power. They don't have like unique advances really. They're like, if you can't form the HRE, like it's gonna be like a lot worse than I think someone like France. I've seen a language skill on merchants' personal page. Do they need different languages to obtain contacts around the world? There is. I think it's just that they help to inform language power. I don't think that there's a language game for merchants, but I'm not 100% sure. Do populations snowball into the billions later on? I didn't really see billions. I think 1 billion is possible. You think the Croatia Balkan region is good for RGOs, but not proximity? It's definitely not good for proximity, but let's take a look at RGOs real quick. I know that they're not stand-outish because we haven't really thought about them too much. So we've looked over them and just been like, okay, shrug your shoulders. What's insane is Hungary, but you're talking about the Balkans specifically. So a little bit north is Hungary's very, very strong. But yeah, you have like decent control potentials like in here, but like all of this is just rough and like probably easier to do through maritime and this type of thing is probably the play. But resources for kind of the southern portion here. Did we hear Baboop? We did. We'll get to that question next. But okay, you have silver here, silver, 3 silvers. That's pretty solid. Gold. So the first thing we do is look for gold and silver. We have a decent chunk of wool. We got some lumber. We have some iron in some spots. Yeah, it looks solid. Good even. The problem is really the lack... your ability to push control in here is like turbo bad. So you won't get as much out of the silver. 4 silvers. That's a pretty solid amount, actually. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Got another dono. Where's the dono? Oh, where's the dono? What did they say? Not like this. Three silver and just Serbia? Yeah, it does look pretty good. Let's catch up with Twitch chat real quick. Pain and Salvation's the best? Hell yeah, brother. Thank you for the raid, Dizzy Goose, and thank you for the follow, EC. Could you build a trade empire with a low pop tag like Oman or Zanzibar? Oman's just actually in the worst place in the game, so... but I think Zanzibar's probably pretty solid. Zanzibar also gets good colonization later, like really good resources inland from Zanzibar. Colonization before 1400 possible, not in large numbers, no. Not like how you guys mean it. Like, you know, you can colonize a little bit, but it's really, really prohibitive to like turbo colonize a whole lot that early on. How influential are characters? Like, other than royal family or counselors, I mean? Other than that's like where they're influential, so not a whole lot. Other than generals really make a big difference. Tinto said the base price of some goods change every age. You don't talk about that. I don't think the base prices change. I think the cap changes. I think that, like, the cap in the first stage is, like, plus 300%, and the last stage is plus 500%, and the floor is 10%. Video's nothing special, just looking at a few menus. Okay, okay. You said that Denmark has low pop to be viable later on. Would you say that a min starting pop in your primary culture to be viable later on? It's not about culture, it's about markets. Can we find something with a market? Maybe not. You don't get pop migration between markets. If you take slaves, you can kind of manipulate it and pull slaves from other locations. But lacking... because your market gates, like, what migration can happen, and migration's not even that strong at all, it's just, like, you just don't have enough pop growth to catch up, really. And so you don't get to build turbo tall, and so, like, you miss out on a lot of the really good opportunities for profitable stuff. I feel like we've missed a dono comment somewhere. I'm trying to catch up. I'm in a very political splintered market. Does the AI build up goods that have high demand spikes? For instance, construction goods northern Italy when the player does big building pushes. I think the AI just tries to build stuff that's profitable, and they don't... And so, like, if they decide to build buildings while you're spiking construction goods, it'll do a little bit, but construction goods in general aren't expensive, so the AI just doesn't build a lot of them, which is one of the ways in which the AI is really weak. The AI doesn't collapse the price of inputs. So they pay, like, 120% for their buildings, while you're paying 33% for yours, and so since you're paying, like, a fourth the cost of buildings, This really allows you to pull ahead of the AI quite quickly. You just have to spend some upfront money to set that up. What? No! I had to refresh my thing. Okay, if I missed someone's comment, I apologize. Because my, like, streaming thing kind of, like, bricked out. Hopefully I'm still live? Can you form Russia as the Ruthenian states? I don't think so. But I'm not sure. Buy you a new PC to play the game? Bro, I gotta buy myself a new PC first. Oh yeah, exactly, me first. Have you tried to reach India as Portugal? Not as Portugal, but you can colonize around Africa and this type of stuff. You have to build a chain of stuff, though. It's a shame that the 18th century doesn't really feel any existing paradox time span. Very cool century. It's March of the Eagles time, baby. What's your least favorite new system? Least favorite new system? Like, relative to EU4? I don't know, I haven't played EU4 in so long. What can you rename in-game? Can you, we got a new member. Is that what the extra thing was for? Hishimaru, thank you for the membership. Very, very big nice. You could rename locations. I don't know what all you could rename. I think you can't rename units, which was actually really annoying. But I imagine that's in by release. Have you tried one of the building-based countries? It wasn't very interesting, but yeah, I did. Do you have a good recommendation for a starter country that isn't the EU5 recommended screen? I don't know what's in the EU5 recommended screen, so I can't really say. I think Hungary is probably pretty good. Hungary's huge, and you're the only one in your market, and you only have one market, and I think that this makes figuring out the economics a lot better, and then Hungary is also pretty strong. Ethiopia looks viable. Yeah, I definitely think they're viable. Comparing the way you and Playmaker play this game really shows the duality in band. Yeah, Playmaker and I look at this game a lot differently. Playmaker is just trying to grab the territory as quickly as possible and get out. He's like, I'm done with this run. Have you done any runs as colonizer? Almost every single run I do a lot of colonizing. How does the colonization play? There's nothing like turbo interesting about it. You're like... You settle the lands, and then you get the territory, and then you flip it over to a subject. They turbo-nerfed the rate at which your subjects use the dev province interaction, so that makes colonization so much worse than last time we had access. Like, a lot worse, because it takes them forever to build up dev, and it's kind of expensive. How much micro is needed when it comes to trade/buildings? I definitely trust the trade automation, but the building automation is really bad. Just tuned in, what did you miss? We've answered a lot of questions. What do you think is the maximum for a nation to blob? As you get better roads, the blob size gets bigger. Roads are a huge driver of ability to push proximity. Where does Byzantium fall in terms of flavor? Is it considered a tier 1 country? I don't think it's considered a tier 1 country. They kind of don't really have too much flavor outside of like what they're starting with. I don't think they... Oh, we do have a code if you want to buy pre-order through the website. It doesn't give you a discount, but it does ship us 12% of the proceeds. Yeah, there's not a whole lot for Byzantium, like, extra. If I recall correctly. I don't know what... If you form Rome, though, if there's, like, a bunch of content for Rome. I imagine there's not. Pre-order the premium edition to code Generalist. Godspeed. Thank you so very much. Will Europe Pearl massively ahead in tech? If it's not, how will they ever conquer India? I think they'll pull ahead, and then they'll stall out, and then the East will catch up. I think they pull ahead in maybe the first 150, 200 years. They stall out over the course of the next 100 years, and then they, like, get caught up in, like, over the course of the, like, maybe 100 years, and so by the end game, if you're playing as a player, you'll catch up from the East pretty easily. Have they really not decided to put silver mines in or Moon? For fuck's sakes, I don't know. I haven't verified where what is. I don't know how to do the setting, but Mayun taxes. Bohemia is usually pretty busy with Luxembourg early game. PU potential / emperor voting shenanigans. Interesting. We haven't done too much shenanigans with the HRE. It's pretty easy to revoke the privilege or privilegia, however it is. So if you really want to become emperor turbo fast, you can. I mean, like, this is one of the things where, like, it's like... we, as Netherlands, we could have revoked really easily, and then we just didn't. Of course, we annexed Castile, so that was a different type of thing. I mean, you can do it if you want. I think it's kind of a little bit unfun, and it's something where it's like, it's pretty easy to just restrain yourself and not do it. You know what I mean? Tinto Talk 26 trade companies are mentioned, are building-based nation, which you can set up as a setup in the oversee the Age of Reformation. I heard nothing about its sins. I think it's not building-based anymore. Trade companies seem like they have locations now. I haven't checked this. Financial literacy, thank you for the 10 pounds. 10 pounds again. When you were looking at the British resources, you did not look at the most recent maps. Same, Dave posted new maps on resources on June 20, page 2, if only dev posts. June 20, page 2. June 20, page 2. Alright, let's take a look. I mean, in general, I kind of... June 20. So page 2 of the feedback? I need to know which Tinto Talk is June 20 if you're talking about it was done on a... No, so this is May. I don't necessarily... We'll write this down. We'll try and get to it. I want to clear out the chat, but you guys are chatting really fast. I also want to take a look at the more updated version. I mean, we looked at it this morning. We looked at England's resources. Maybe someone in the comment will see it. I see 6 silver, 7 even, 7 silver to 2 gold. 8 if you count Croatian one. Yeah, it's hard to get the control, but maybe we're significantly underestimating the Balkans. We're gonna see if anyone comments what thing came out on June 20. Do Asian countries catch up? Yes. Gems in northern Greece as well. Is there any important feature from EU4 that's missing? Not that I know of, because I don't play enough EU4. Like, the EU4 relative vis-a-vis EU5 questions are just, like, not necessarily... I'm not very good at answering these. Where do you make posts with EU5? We do the posts on community section of our YouTube. When the AI reached the New World, it heard they had a problem with that they got there 1400 earlier. By 1400 earlier in development. Yeah, they still get there relatively early. We've seen Pope Man spawning colonization like a majority of the time, because which doesn't require getting to the New World. I think in our Austria run, I'm not sure if the New World's even been discovered by like 1430. But Pope Man usually discovers the islands off the coast of Castile, which I think is the spawn condition for the New World institution. But I think it's because he has a lot of money. I think a big problem is that AI is not necessarily bad at doing the colonization and exploration. It's that it's bad at making enough money to do it. Do you have access to EU5? Are these some questions? Some pictures? Both. These are just some pictures because I can't show my access. But I do have access to it. Is Finland colonizable, or how does that work? I think it is. It's going to be slow, though. How's Lithuania doing in your games? We've seen it blob and we've seen it implode. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Can you expand on Christian European nations not being able to bring slaves to make up for the lack of pops, or how that affects colonization? Are colonies super weak? Colonies you, like, need slaves. You can import slaves from, like, Mali. You just can't do the slaving yourself. And I think that this makes... also, like, is India, you can't capture slaves yourself. And I think that this is really, really useful and makes Muslim, like, probably the best religion. Let's see, does anyone have... Did anyone post what was on June 20th? On the dev diary? Sorry, I'm doing a lot of scrolling. You ain't allowed to stream the game? No. Okay. We're almost caught up, though. If you want to throw money, it is. Wait, what? Talking about colonization. Yeah, colonization's kind of expensive. I think it kind of takes a long time to make your money back at this point. But if you have a lot of money, you want to do it. Colonization kind of has this interesting dynamic where... Let's pull up maybe a colonial kind of map. You have this interesting dynamic where you're going to get way more pop growth in areas with really low pops, and you end up having areas with really low pops when you start colonizing. And so it's effectively a way to kind of get more pops. Right now, I think if there's a really big miss from colonization, is that it's probably best to just keep all the territory yourself, because you end up coring it if you get over 50% pops, which you often do. And then, like, you put a bailiff nearby and you can pass this threshold of, I think it's 28 control, where it's, like, better to own stuff yourself. And so it's not the best, but, like, it's probably better to just own stuff directly, because you already have cores on it. And, like, yeah. Colonies, you can't take slaves as European, but you can import slaves. So, but you can't import slaves that are Christian. So specifically, you need to import slaves from Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, where countries like Mali, which are Sunni, are taking slaves that are, I forget the name of the tribal religion that's around there, but they're taking slaves that are not Catholic, and they can't take Sunni slaves, because you can't take slaves of your own faith. And so specifically, you need to work your way into Mali in terms of being able to access their market and then import from them. So also, colonizing / exploring Mali is, like, an important aspect of making slavery work. Small pockets of Astro and pagan Slavic religion in Europe still missing. Is it possible to faith convert large pockets of empire to these faith? Do they have flavor? I don't know. I think you could culture convert to a culture other than your own, but I don't think you could faith convert to a faith other than your own. Byzantium is announced DLC. Yeah, so Byzantium seems a little bit bare bones now, but it might be a lot more later. How's playing Persia is they don't have many pops. The terrain kind of sucks and they don't have a lot of pops. I haven't played Persia, though. They have the Timur type of things. It's in feedback for British Map 6, but it's posted by Dave in the thread on May 15th, not June 20th. It's in feedback for the maps? Okay. Thank you so very much for the extra $5. I was, oh man, I'm sorry. I feel like I missed your comment and then you donated again because you wanted me to see it. I apologize. That's my bad. Thank you so very much for the €5. Let's take a look. You said it was in the feedback, but... Okay, we're just gonna open up a new one. Oh my god, my eyes. Like, I've watched so many streamers not be able to find stuff, and I'm like, that streamer is so stupid. Can't he see is right there? And then when the shoe's on the other foot, I'm just like, now I know how it is. Because we're like, man, we don't have eyes. And then chat's like, man, this guy doesn't have eyes. He can't even see Great Britain. Alright, so if we sort by most upvoted, we should be able to see it. I imagine this is a high react thing. The updated resources. Okay, this must be the comment thread you're talking about. This is St. Dave. Well, you said it was by St. Dave. This has to be what you're talking about. Yeah, it is by St. Dave. Shout out to Dave. and you wanted to talk about resources. Yeah, so I think there's a lot more wool than there was before. I think the spice is new. Spice is very good. One thing I didn't like was that the iron was clumped up. Would have rather had it spread out because of the way provinces work, where if you have the resource in your province, you get a bonus towards production. It's really better to have the stuff not clumped, but instead spread out. So you'd rather have a wool and an iron in a province than like all the wool clumped up and then all the iron clumped up. But okay, it's fine enough. Yeah, overall this looks a lot better. We have the silver here. There's another silver here. We have turbo tons of wool. Really bullish on wool as a food source. Wheat's also pretty solid. Livestock's not as good. This got fleshed out a lot. Fiber crop's so much better than livestock, so this is way, way better than what we saw before. And there's a silver in there too. Yeah, this looks significantly better. We see a ton of coal as well, relative to the other version. Coal's used in making weapons, but very importantly, the thing that you use to make coal, if you don't have access to it, is a building, and it consumes a ton of wood. And it's really inefficient, and you just hate it every time you build it. So it's not that coal itself is insane, but it prevents you from building something that's not very good. Also really like seeing a little bit of sand here and there. You see sand. Wild game's kind of weak, livestock's kind of weak, but overall pretty strong. Sand is really nice because it's an input for glass. Dyes is too, but dyes is a relatively rare resource. I think lead is as well. Tons of lead. Actually, this is the most lead, I think, out of anywhere on the map. But early on, you do want to be producing glass, so it's really nice to have something urban that has glass in it really early on. Gets you a lot more glass. And also sand is nice for eventual building of roads. You kind of don't care about roads as much, though, as England. You're still going to build them, but like it's less of a big deal. But sand is often used for you need to collapse the price of sand to get cheap roads. So... Have you played all the way through? No, I've not. Do you have access to the game? Yes. How would you say that BBCs and ABCs are balanced compared to the landed tags? Man, I hate that building-based countries. Acronym is BBC. And then ABCs... Army-based countries? Well, army-based countries you can just break up if you just completely eliminate their army, which is interesting. How do they compare to landed tags, though? I generally was less impressed with... I didn't enjoy playing a building-based country when I took a look at it. I mean, I think that the game is designed for, like, land-based countries. Is that another silver? Did we count that silver? Wow. So... I don't know. I think they're probably interesting and novel, but I think for the most part, you're going to be playing on land-based countries, this type of thing. Hey man, I plan to pick small states and play tall with a lot of micromanagement is really viable long-term, say within the HRE, after a few centuries or just mega blobs. You really need a lot of pops to feel like playing tall for that to feel good. And so if you wanted to do zero expansion, I know this doesn't sound like a tall country, but Egypt maybe is really good because let's keep that there. Egypt, I do think you can... I think Egypt has their own feedback post. And it's not Arabia. Arabia is just turbo bad resources. But Egypt, coming out from the Nile, you just have like several million pups. And I think that if you want to do zero expansion and just turbo eco up in there, like just in here, you could do that, and that probably feels pretty good. And you also get to trade in both directions. And it's very defensible. I think for a tall country, it's going to feel good. But in terms of like picking someone with like in the middle of the HRE with like no pops, and then you're like, I'm going to do the things and build tall, you'll never get enough population for that to be fun. For my comment about Bohemians in regards to talking about 4 big players, just giving more context that it's less of a brawl. Okay. Hey, I plan to pick small... Oh, yeah, we already answered that. Dev only. You aren't allowed to stream the game? No, we are not. Do you know how discipline works in EU4? I think it works the same as EU5. Tactics is, or sorry, I think EU5 works the same as EU4. Tactics is also really good. But I think it's really good. I need to double check this. I need to double check it, actually. How important is colonization as a percentage of 1 out of 100? Well, the thing is I'm not even with the nerf to how colonies use dev province, I'm not even sure if it's worth. It's just you're like, when you're turbo rich, you're just like, okay. How important is colonization? And I assume you mean relative to doing everything else. I don't know, probably 10% or 5 to 10 or something like this. When you play EU5, do you record footage or only learn the mechanics? Only learn the mechanics and not allowed to record footage. Or I'm not allowed to record footage to publish. Technically, I can just record footage. But it's personal use only. Just check out the Balkans feedback. Oh, a bunch of things. Is Cav good? I haven't really played too much with which military units are better. Cav is more pop efficient, though, I think. But a lot more expensive. Do you feel that at some point granularity may hurt the game? Because that's why I didn't get into Imperator. I think they're doing a pretty good job at making the game accessible. To offset the fact that, yeah, it's hyper granular. No colonial nations? There are colonial nations, but they feel like regular subjects with just different numbers on what they do. Like, they pay you less income, but give you more percentage of their trade advantage or something like this. I haven't gotten to play around with them too much, but the trade companies seem more interesting because they're special and you can build in them and you can execute, like, special, like, buildings. Like, there's a whole suite of special buildings for trade companies, and that seems interesting. Maybe they are building-based countries. Can you accept slaves' cultures? Yeah, if you accept their culture, they are immediately released, though. Do countries actually implode and have impactful civil wars? They don't implode to a bunch of different countries, but they seem to have impactful civil wars, relatively. Have not tried multiplayer. Do trade goods and provinces change via events? You can, some of them change via events, and then once Columbia Exchange, once you get to, like, 1737 or whatever it is, the Columbia Exchange situation unlocks, and you can actually, plant New World goods over RGOs and Old World goods over RGOs in the respective reversal. This is probably going to get covered sometime soon by the devs, so we don't want to talk about it very much. Is the game threshed out? So threshing machines, very important in agriculture. I would say that the game is threshed out to some extent. I think if they released it in its current state, I think people would complain about some stuff, but like it would probably be okay, and I think people would enjoy it. And they still have 10 weeks to like polish, so I think that's. Is it safe to pre-order? I always hate this question because this depends so much on you. More so than just like some objective analysis of the game. I think if you're a little bit cagey and you're like asking that type of question, that you should just hold off and like see more about it. But that I think that it just is going to be true for you for most games in general. If I didn't have access to the game and wasn't getting the game for free and all this type of stuff, I would just pre-order the game, knowing what I know. And also, disclaimer though. Or also / disclaimer, if you do pre-order and you pre-order through their website, it's a little bit less convenient for you because you get emailed a code and then you have to activate the code. But if you use our code Generalist, it does kick us 12% of the proceeds. There's also a lot of other content creators who have a code. And so if you like them more than us, use their code instead. And if you want Paradox to get all the money, then just order it through Steam and don't use anyone's code. Yeah, I mean, I would say probably just hold off. Just so that you don't feel like... So, the biggest thing about the people who are like, is it safe to order? The biggest thing that I think you should try and do is avoid, like, emotional distress. And I think usually the people who are asking that question have gotten burned super hard before, where they ordered a game, they hated it, and they were really upset, this type of thing. And I think just avoiding that situation, you can avoid that situation if you just like wait for it to come out, and then you feel like you've made a better decision. And the feeling you have regarding the decision you made is like fundamentally more important than the actual decision, right? Like in terms of your lived emotional experience. So I would just, you know, if that makes sense. If you imported slaves earlier in the game and are able to free them, what happens to them? They become regular peasants or whatever. Everyone laugh at the streamer because he can't see the link? What? Not like this. Is it possible to propagate control from Brazil to Mali? I don't know. If there's late game tech that really allows you to push through sea zones. Sea zones, open sea zones, require so much, and if each one of these is 40, and you have to travel through, like, more than 2, you basically get 0 control. So I'm not sure if there's enough tech to decrease open sea zone propagation cost to make it work. You eat wood? Absolutely. Delicious. What do trade winds directions do? Make you way, way faster. Also, they affect colonization distance, I think, as well. So, as far as the crow flies, some of the colonization distance doesn't make sense, but it's because of trade winds. What mechanics does EU5 to replace Westernization institutions, and how effective is it at keeping European countries ahead? Generally speaking, a lot of the institutions spawn here, and by virtue of spawning here, they're kind of kept here, especially early on. The biggest way that they spread is through trade. Trade range early on is very low, very limited, and the volumes are relatively low. And since it's based on volume and which markets, touching markets that already have access to it, generally the first kind of institutions spread really quickly to Europe, and then it really takes a long time to get them in, say, China, and then you're kind of playing catch-up. But the subsequent institutions are going to spawn more frequently outside of Europe, and then also there's way more trade range and volume, so it's a lot quicker to get those institutions to you. So you caught up, and so it's always like you're always going to be like a little bit behind, but like you go from being like 150 years behind or 100 years behind to being like 10 years behind or something like this. Eventually it becomes like negligible for you, the player. In fact, eventually there are better tech research speed bonuses generally in the East, so eventually you probably hit parity. Or even the East starts to pull ahead towards the end of the game. Did Paradox give you an indication of when you could start posting gameplay? No, I anticipate with the timelines, and this is just pure speculation, that it will be before. I think they kind of just want feedback from creators, and that's why they opened it up. But I anticipate that it will be before release. But it's possible we won't be able to post anything until release. But we'll just be able to pre-record a bunch of stuff for release. Control F. Also, Egypt could relocate pops with slavery. Yeah, Egypt is... You can bring in a bunch of slaves into Egypt. So Egypt eventually... Oh, did we close out our Egypt thing? We might have closed out our Egypt thing. Egypt eventually... So our long-term idea with Egypt... Yeah, let's actually... Our long-term idea with Egypt was... you can build plantations if they're not on your continent. So Gaza is the very first location that is not on the African continent. So our long-term plan was to move the capital to Gaza, be able to push control into Levant, and have max control here, and max control here. And then since our capital is not in Africa, then in Africa we would be able to use plantations, tremendously strong building. You just can't use them in your home continent. But since our home continent would become Asia, we would be able to use plantations in basically the richest area. And so all the cotton... like each level of the plantation, and we'd get 30 levels, like increases cotton output by 10%. So it's like plus 300% output, plus it gives it an individual cotton itself. So it's just like turbo, like, sends you into the stratosphere in terms of, like, cotton production, this type of thing. And then eventually, with Columbian exchange, we would be using it on New World goods brought over. Generally speaking, those have to be more tropic, though, so maybe that's something that goes sub-Sahara more so. But the idea is you get to have the benefit of being right next to your territory, but, like, at the same time, it's considered a separate continent. And so I think Egypt's, like, really cute and really strong, like, and so you have this power base where you have Gaza, incidentally, also has the shortest distance to here. So in terms of pushing control to, like, Ethiopia, Gaza is actually the best location if you still want to remain coastal in the Mediterranean. And also, this province here and this province here each have, like, 8 to 10 locations. So, like, this to this is one province, and this, like, all the way up is, like, one province or something like this. Yeah, you can see here. And so dev province on this and this would help you push control all the way this way, and then you would be able to push control by, like, maybe deving this and this and this up through kind of, eventually, through the isthmus here. But you'd probably stay in Cairo as your capital for a while. And then slaves are required for plantations, but you can capture all the slaves yourself. Everyone laugh at the streamer again for not being able to find the Egypt link? Not like this. Not like this. Is there mass migration between countries? No, not as far as we saw. Which I think kind of fits the time period, but also it, like, makes pop, like, one of the most important features. Because pop you can't, like, get more of, especially, like, look, pop aren't going to be important, like, in the opening salvo of the game, and you can do a lot without having a lot of pops, but if you're talking about reaching the upper edges of, like, power, pop is extraordinarily important, and if you're talking about multiplayer where people, like, build up and then they go after it, pop's going to be enormously important. Is there a replay view timeline feature? Not that I know of. On the note of playing tall, is there an upper limit to how much population the location can have for its economy? Yes. It is throttled by a combination. Vegetation's the most important thing, but the other terrain features of with farmland giving you the most pop, and woodlands, heavier wood being worse. But also climate is important, and also terrain is important. Egypt has a whole bunch, has some stuff in the Mediterranean, and they have just, this is pure farmland. So in terms of pop density, Egypt has, like, in terms of, like, you're taking a snapshot of anything, what percentage of it is high pop density stuff? Like, this area is, like, one of the very highest in the world, because it's literally all farmland. It actually just might be the highest in the world. Can you wage wars just to take slaves? Yeah, you can make a CB for slave raiding. You said that Catholic and Orthodox nations can't take slaves? Yeah. What about Protestants? No, the Christian religions entirely can't take slaves. Also, does colonization in Americans... How does colonization of America simulated then? You can import slaves, you just can't take them. So you can move slaves from the Mali market to the New World, and this is how you do it. And they can take slaves, and importantly, you can't import Christian slaves as a Christian. And so what you have to do is you have to... Exen, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. You have to take... and Muslims can't take Muslim slaves. The slaves can't be of your faith. So you specifically need to do sub-Saharan African slaves, because the Muslims can take them as slaves, right? Because they are the tribal religions, or the animist, or whatever it's called. And then the Christians can import them because they're not Christian. So that's how that works. You can build a building that forces someone else to take slaves, and so maybe I'm misevaluating how valuable that building is or how effective it is. And like the metagame is actually for everyone in Europe. You build up in Europe, and then eventually you build these slave centers down in sub-Saharan Africa, and you have these Muslims take a whole bunch of non-Muslim slaves, and then you import them back to Europe. This is how you get a lot of pop. And then you accept the pops, which frees them all, or you allow them to convert to your religion, which is another way of freeing them. That might be okay, that might be good. Do you think the devs allow publishing your recordings on YouTube near the game release? I don't know exactly how they're going to do it. It might be the case that we can't release anything until the day of. The more people bug them about letting content creators do stuff is probably better. I'm walking here. Thank you for the follow. In terms of like actually increasing the probability that you guys will get new videos, but also they have their own plan, and so like they're probably just gonna stick to it. Are you able to create and customize your own subjects from scratch? Create, yes. Customize, yeah. I never understood why pre-ordering is even a thing. You get a little bit of a bonus, but why it is a thing from the consumer side, well, if you wanted to support the channel, it's a good way to support the channel. I don't know how long I have this code. If I have it up to release or what. I think you could actually use it for other games, the code Generalist, where we get 12%, but you guys don't get a discount. But from the perspective of the company, like, obviously just revenue in hand is better. Like, if you forget to play the game or forget you ordered it, like something like this, they still have the money, right? But also, them hitting quarterlies is maybe important for them, quarterly numbers and like this type of thing, and so it helps from their perspective. But from a consumer side of things, yeah, I'm kind of with you. They try and incentivize you with like packs for ordering or early. I do think there is a bonus for ordering early, like you get the soundtrack or something, but it's not necessarily enormous. You could also, just if you want to support the development of the game and you 100% know you get it, buying it just to support the development of the game is also like a thing. There's definitely been things where I'm super love the brand and I just pre-order everything just so that they get the money faster because I like what they're doing. What advantage do Western European countries have in technology, and how does it compare to institutions, Westernization, and EU4? Oh my god, I lost my place. Okay, there it is. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind for those of you coming in terms of questions. I am answering every question, but it does take me a little while to get through that. Well, I think I'm answering every question. I'm probably actually missing a few. So generally the institutions spawn here, and you have to do it through trade, and you have to connect trade multiple times to like get over there. In particular, Muscovy, I think, is just actually turbo weak. You have terrible resources, you have very low pops, and you have like low institution like spread. And like as Ethiopia, we can get the institution about as fast as Muscovy can, or as Mali, because we're kind of on the same like outer ring. In terms of your ability to pull stuff, except for Egypt gets a bunch of extra trade range, so Egypt's an exception. Egypt is almost like the equivalent of being Sicily or like Tunis in terms of their level of access because of the extra trade range. But yeah, you're going to be significantly slow. You might not get the first age institutions till like 1447 or 1437, so like 100 years. Basically once the next age hits, but then you get a bonus to research speed for stuff in the previous age, so then you research all the previous age stuff while at bonus rate while the institutions from the next age are spreading, and then you get those a bit faster because you have additional trade range, and so you start getting caught up with this type of thing. I think it feels very, very organic. I actually like the way it feels. But watching this makes you want to pre-order? Yeah, no, I feel you. It's just, I definitely understand the multiple perspectives on pre-order versus not. But like in terms of direct benefit to you, the consumer, there's not that much benefit for pre-ordering, but if you're trying to help out the overall like ecosystem of the game with this type of thing, there's like reasons to do it. I think it's kind of the bigger thing. How big a tech advantage do European countries get as the game progresses? The advantage is really big early on. It gets gets a lot smaller. In particular, though, the power spikes you have when having a next age up mill tech is actually really big. So it can be the case that maybe just the timing windows that the Europeans repeatedly get make it worth it. You can spawn like pike and shot outside of Europe, though, I think. Which is like the third age, or kind of second age, because the first age is only 10 years. Military Tech. Can Ottoman sultans marry Christian princesses like it happened to IRL? I don't think so. Do you think you could have fun game as New World colonizing African country like Morocco or Mali? I actually had a lot of fun doing that as Mali. Can you steer trade from India to England? Steer's not the right idea, but you can import stuff from India. It's not like a chain that goes in a like conga line as much. You can do that, but I think it's a little bit less efficient than just importing directly to England. Is it like a chain? No, it's less like a chain. You can chain, but like the chain is a little bit less efficient. Are countries still placed into tech groups? No, they are not. Do slaves in the New World form unique cultures over time? They do not. This is something we'd like to see. Someone asked this question, but that was close to the beginning of the stream. Are there any tariffs and taxes that allow you to manipulate prices? Are tariffs? No, you don't. You don't really have very much macro agency to be able to manipulate prices. Oh, someone. Ragnar, thank you for the 100 DKK. I don't know what a DKK is. Couldn't through the Paradox store, so works bought it through Steam. Here's your cut. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much, my big guy. Big nice. I appreciate it. I wonder why you had difficulty. I think some people, depending on what area of the world they are in, do have difficulties doing it through there. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. This month's gonna be huge for me, like in terms of the overall year because of the code. But yeah, you can't like macro manipulate trade like you can in Viki. Also, there's an interesting mechanic that kind of prevents turbo exploitation of like colonial nations in that you can't import people into a deficit. So if Mali has 100 gold and they're using 80 of it, you can only import 20 gold from Mali. You can't send them into a deficit at any point in time. So that's a thing that like kind of prevents maybe much more pronounced instances of trade. Wow, another person with DKK. What is DKK? I ordered the game through Steam, so here you get your cut, so here it is. Thank you so very much. Marcus, wait. What currency is DKK? We'll get to that in... Oh, okay. Thank you so very much, I appreciate it. It's probably going to be 1 week before release. Well, for DLC, for Paradox games, they literally let you do it the day of, after they do their streaming thing. IGN posted an exclusive gameplay video, 2 minutes no pausing today. We'll do a react video to it. How profitable is 100 stack of loud car outside? It makes the world run round. No offense, offense taken, but if I can play myself, I am much less likely to watch streams, so let's hope it will be before release. No, I feel you, I get you. Some people watch me in the background, some people like listen to me at work. It's a bit of an interesting thing. Do you think there's a meaningful gameplay difference between early, middle, and like end game? Yes, absolutely. The way that it feels like you're playing, it feels like it evolves over time, but it feels like you can force certain play patterns, just like the incentive structure changes. Context, monkey, context, yeah. How's the AI? Is the game too easy? The game is probably too easy. I think some people are super doomer about it, and I think they're overreacting, though. I think the AI is probably not as bad as, like, the Vic 3 AI on release. I think there's a lot of things that can be done to improve it that are relatively, like, low dev resource intensive. I'm gonna try and make a giant post for the devs, and maybe I'll make that public in terms of ways in which I think that AI can be improved with like relatively low friction. Can you talk about Poland after it? Poland, I think, is actually in a really good location and has pretty solid resources, but Poland actually has like good content. Like they have some of the better country bonuses. And they aren't the most insane in terms of resources, but you're right next to like the scrum of like Bohemia and Hungary and Austria, where these guys have insane resources, so you just expand into them and you're like turbo good. I kind of don't like the land. It's like all flat, but there's like a lot of vegetation. You have some really long provinces though, so maybe pushing control is pretty easy. And then taking a look, you have like extraordinary density of like iron. You have really high iron density. You have a silver in here, so you're not totally bereft of like the premiums. This I think is in Bohemia, so that's not with you. And you have wool, so overall kind of nice. Poland is a country that's on our list to play though. There's like 3 or 4 countries that we want to play a little bit more before we feel like we've played kind of all the big countries. Is this game woke? Has pronouns? Well, they use he and she, so it's definitely woke, yeah. So if no mass migrations, China's still the king. You played right. How do you play China right? I think you start as Yuan, and then you build a bunch where Wu or Ming is going to get released, and then you release play as one of those. And you turbo go into debt to just super overbuild in those locations. And then from there, you just eat up all of China, and then you're China and you're huge. Probably it. India is also really good. I think that Vijayanagar is probably the second strongest start in the game. Do they add more clans in Japan? There are so many clans. I think there's like 200. Have you tried out the Hansa yet? I think I tried them for like 10 minutes and then it felt like there was like less stuff to do and I said I'll come back to it and I never came back to it. Can you directly remove pops? Ah, the genocide question. I think you can't. Very well. You can use a cabinet action to expel from a province where they will migrate out. Speaking of AI, do they take advantage of players? Like if a player's already at war? It doesn't seem like it too much. How important are slaves? They seem very important for colonization and pretty important if you don't have a lot of population. Is all pop movement done by the game itself? It's kind of done by the game itself. Can you abolish slavery? I don't know if you can abolish slavery itself, but if you accept the pops that are slaves, they get free. How slow is the gameplay relative to EU4? I don't have a frame of reference on EU4, I'm sorry. I haven't played EU4 since Leviathan, it's been years, and I played on a different computer. If slaves in Muslim countries convert to Islam, do they become free? Yes. So allowing them to have their own religion or converting them is an option, and if you convert them, you'll trickle free slaves, and you'll free them at a greater pace if you have more conversion. In fact, this is what happened in our Mamluks game, where we were getting slaves and we started freeing them, and then we're like, whoa, that's too many freeing, because we wanted to have enough for plantations. Plantations require slaves. You can't employ them with non-slave pops, and so then we were like, okay, no more of this conversion business. What's your favorite nation? I don't know, probably Mali. I kind of enjoy the gameplay, which is just like very internally focused and eco-oriented. Sample size is small though. I still have a lot of nations to try out, and it might just be the fact that Mali was the first country we played. Is to prevent Steam from taking a cut too. Steam still gets their cut. IGN released 2-minute exclusive gameplay. We're gonna do a reaction to that sometime later. It's only 2 minutes though. Maybe we'll do it now. Money now is more valuable than money later. That's true. Effectively, like interest rates and this type of thing. There's a 20% discount? I don't think there's a 20% discount. Oh, there's a 20% discount if you pre-order the big package, but the package might be available on release. I think that's just an expansion pass. We played Mali first. Is money called ducats? Yeah, there's buckets of it. Can Hellenics take slaves? I think they're Christian, so I think no. Buenas tardes, guapísimo. ¿Cómo se levas? Levas? Llevas? Does that mean to go? Is that how it's going? Is that hello, Mr. Handsome? How's it going? It's going good. I remember in Mexico one time, I was with my uncle, and he orders coffee para llevar, which means to go, except he said para lavar, which means to wash. And so the person gave him a very funny look, our waiter. He was like, excuse me? You want some coffee to wash yourself with? Does disease brought up by Europeans wipe out most of the Native Americans? Yeah, like 95%. How much flexibility is there in adjusting domestic trade markets, their zones of coverage? You don't get to really control how it is too actively. how much coverage and who covers what, other than where you choose to place the markets. Let's catch up on Twitch. Danish kroner? Ah, that makes sense. But yeah, currently we're just reading through the YouTube chat because the log is like, it's better to read through the YouTube. Do we currently have EU5 access? Yes. Any changes to Black Death? No, it's still super painful. Came across your channel from Vic3 videos. Love the Panama run. Thank you so very much. What's the latest date you played? I think mid-1700s. Wish words, as always. Or actually, it was before the last age, so it was early 1700s. I canceled my pre-order. I can't wait to see if there's a functional state. The game looks like dope, but PDX has a bunch of botched releases. Fair enough. Control-Shift-Tab to open a recent tab. That's true. How similar is EU5 to Vicky 3? Pre-order is more of a cash thing, I guess, for Paradox. Revenue is likely going to be recognized until the game is actually delivered. Oh, it also gives them metrics and data. I also think, honestly, that a pretty big thing is that I think they're going to decide what creators get what opportunities based on who does the most of these. I think if I have the most sales through my code, I'm very much more likely to get like individual opportunities, and I think that's one of the reasons they're doing this. I think they keep the AI dumb to not put off the average player. I think it's just a low priority thing. But like honestly, like if AI is like turbo strong, people actually hate that. Currently watching you cookie. Ayo. There it is. I was here for the traffic. Womp womp. Honk honk. So metrics, data, hype. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of things. Is colonization too fast? No, if anything, it's too slow. Does Russia usually colonize Siberia? We haven't paid close enough attention. In theory, they should, especially towards the Urals, which have good resources. But other than the Urals, the resources don't seem too crazy good for Russia. Would they be in the steppes? Yeah, they would. Let's go. What's up? Alright. So Perm and Ural, right here, are really where the good resources are. You can see that it is mountainous / hilly. And that, yeah. There's gold and iron and this type of stuff in here, but other than that, a lot of it's like livestock and furs. And when you have a glut of furs, the marginal furs are not that useful. Lumber is like, lumber is good, but it's like an accessory or an assistance resource more so than actually producing value. And then fur, the price is going to get collapsed. So overall, not too thrilled about like the resources until you start getting over here into more iron, with the exception of the Urals being very, very nice. What's the biggest culture by pop? I'm not sure because the Chinese ones are split up, but it's going to be a Chinese one probably. Or maybe like one of the northern India. What resource is most useful? Gold, because it's like a lot of value. But I guess if you're looking for pure utility, it would be wood, lumber. How do you think they could improve Catholicism so it's more balanced with the rest of the religion? Seems like people can just ignore religion and no one really talks about it with you. Well, the Catholic ones, like, engaging with the system feels weird / bad. Like, you can get a saint. You can vote on some of the papal stuff, which gives bonuses. But overall, it just seems generally weak. Protestant, you get to, like, shape your own religion, so that's kind of fun. The Orthodox one, I'm not you like have different Orthodox like clans and you like pass laws for your particular one. But like once the laws are in place, like you don't really engage with it too much. There's like a make Third Rome like event thing, but we didn't get to activate it because you have to own a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm not sure exactly how that works. But like currently, like the taking slaves is like a pretty big deal, and Christian religions restrict you off of it. So just relatively like their Muslim neighbors, it's like turbo weak. But like also the bonuses you get from your religion just generally are like weaker on the Christian religions, which they don't have to be like super strong. But like Hindu, if you're I think it's like self-control or something like this. If you have one of the Hindu religions where you have that, you get like 10% research speed and 10% of state satisfaction, which is just massive. The state satisfaction being kind of the bigger one, and like there's not like an equivalent mass of bonuses. You unlock the entire like Catholic text suite as well, which is like 70 texts. So each religion also has like 70 texts. And this is a big deal too, and this is a big differential between them. But Catholic also just has like the weakest text. Or Christian. There's like 60 Christian texts and then like 10 Catholic ones on top of it. And so like they also don't have to be balanced like 1-to-1 in terms of power level. I'm just saying that like it is weak. I'm not saying I have a problem with it being weak. I don't necessarily think that Christian has to be buffed. It's just not strong. How common are personal unions? Really common, but like a full personal union that concludes in an annexation is relatively rare now. Does converting to another religion prevent nation forming? I don't know. Hey, thank you Tristan for the $2 Canadian. How's it going, eh? So, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a problem. I'm just more making an observation that Christian is like extraordinarily weak. I'm not like advocating that they buff it, because the countries that are Christian have their own like sets of advantages and disadvantages and balances and imbalances and this type of thing. And if every country was exactly the same, the game would be boring. That your advantages are in different spheres makes stuff interesting. Just if you can convert Muslim, you just like definitely want to, I think. So you can import a good from everywhere to any place. Oversimplifying dramatically, yes. It's about €12. Okay. How often do you get updates on your EU5 copy? I don't think I can discuss that, so I'm not going to. Which aspect of the game do you think is best developed or implemented? And what do you personally enjoy the most? Economic, military, political, social, or the other? I would definitely say economic. Someone was also saying it was more complicated than Victoria 3, which I kind of agree, but Victoria 3 is like more of a macro economic game, and EU5 is more of a city builder economic game, like in terms of how it plays out. There's just more systems in EU5 relative to Vic 3, but Vic 3 has more depth. The systems in Vic 3 are more complex. Are there colonial nations mechanic in the game? Like EU5 getting 5 provinces in an area spawns a new country? Yes, when you finish colonizing a province, you get the option to keep it or release it as a subject. Currently, I think the incentives to release as a subject are relatively low, so we're releasing as subjects, but honestly it feels a little bit RP. Do you live next to a racetrack? So we actually live like in the middle of a racetrack, so on the right of us is racetrack, and on the left of us is racetrack, and everyone's turning left all the time. Yeah. Is there resource stockpiling? Yes. Mission trees are just a tutorial. How do you feel about it? I kind of don't like EU4's mission trees. I know a majority of the community seems to really like them. I'm like kind of not a fan. I think they're like weird and artificial, especially when they do like weird ahistoric paths that are just like psychopathic and like and strange. But I don't want to comment too much on mission trees because I feel like they do want to do their own discussion on mission trees and they haven't done it, and so I'll probably respond to their discussion rather than like putting out my own thing. Hey, Erica? Not sure how you pronounce your name. Thank you for the 5 Canadian. Love your EU5 coverage, Generalist. Keep up the good work. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. Big nice. Let's see. Where were we? How's the pace of the early to mid game? Faster than the late game. I don't know. You can play like the first 100 years and maybe half the time it takes to play a full campaign in Victoria 3, and then every subsequent 100 years is an additional 20% time, so the second 100 years is maybe 70% of the time, and the third is maybe 90%, and the fourth is maybe 110%, something like that, maybe, in terms of pacing, something like that. You said that you played Portugal. Could you explain the colonization of Madeira and Azores, if you did that? Yeah, they're pretty quick to colonize. And explore. It's just relatively expensive early on to colonize, and Not really worth it. It was turbo worth it on the May version where you just had like unlimited money. But now the money's a little bit more throttled, so it's like not worth it. Let's watch IGN gameplay. I want to catch up on chat. Once we catch up on chat, we might take a look at doing that or responding to other creators' impressions. How's the... Just ordered premium with your cut. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. Here we have another $25 coming in. Thank you so very much, Chris Mack. Thanks for giving us such good info on EU5 and answering questions. You're very welcome. Thank you for the donation. Big nice. Where were we on the thing? Thank you for doing it, this for us peasants, man. You're very welcome. That was another person's comment. It'll likely be available by triggering convert pop in Explorer. Console commands to force convert pops. Oh yeah, that'll probably be a console command. I don't like... I don't know how to use console commands really, so... Which I should learn just for making videos better, because often, like, I will mechanically, like, do something just to show off a mechanic, and, like, it's just silly. I should just learn how to do console command stuff. Can scenarios like the Haitian Revolution occur in the New World? I don't know if there's stuff like the Haitian Revolution. We didn't really see much events tied to our colonies that seemed like anything other than generic events. Tried to find the England vibe, but only find Scotland and Ireland videos. Womp womp. Yuan said my i5 11400K is fine. How can I trust him? I don't know. I would trust him over me, though. I don't know hardware very well at all. In terms of morality, is EU5 the same as Victoria 3, that everything is morally incorrect by contemporary standards, heavily penalized relative to what is morally correct? What? No, slavery's uber meta. Slavery is so good. Will you release a video before release date? Like one day before, or when will it get released? Depends on when they let us. We haven't seen the 2-minute video. Are there colonial nations mechanic in game? Like EU4 getting 5... okay, we already commented on this. Have you checked out the Cossack estate? I actually haven't looked at the Cossack estate. Generalist is my favorite VTuber? Hell yeah, brother. I'll be sure to tell Lady Saffron? I think it's Saffron. When will you be able to post videos? I don't know yet. How much is your rent? How much to rent out your Steam account on sleep hours? JK, I don't sleep. Also, obviously, I can't do that. In Turkey, the game is $36 on Steam. We cannot use your code there, right? That is correct. You cannot do it on Steam. For some countries, like, it makes more sense to order on Steam versus on the site because of, like, currency conversions. Do we have any pictures after the 1500s? Not any that I can show that haven't been in dev diaries. You're gonna kill it as an EU5 content creator? Try it. I freaking love strong AI. I'd enjoy Arana's France. Say being difficult to survive. Pushover AI makes for weak simulation. Yeah, it's weak on the simulation perspective, but like, even still, I feel like most people who want strong AI still just want AI that's slightly weaker than them. I think that's what everyone wants. They want AI that plays in a way that's resembling human, and they want the AI to be slightly weaker than them. At least Russia has the apple-bottom genes with the fur. That's true. Small question, is there an option to hide the UI portrait next to the flag? No, but I would bet like $1,000, a very large sum of money, to me, that day one there's a mod to remove it. What's the strongest religion at the moment? Probably Muslim. But all the Eastern ones are pretty solid. It's just like... The standout is the Christian ones are just bad, relative. I think, like, the Hindu's probably second or something like this. How do rivers affect gameplay? They really affect market access a lot, and there's not really a lot of ways to affect market access, so rivers are good. The UI for expressing rivers and market access is not very good, though. It's relatively opaque, but in terms of the game systems, it is important. Given the bonus from Latin as a liturgical language, do Protestant countries suffer slowdown in research after the Reformation, or is it compensated somehow? Not only is it not compensated, usually Latin actually doesn't maintain supremacy. They did on the version we received in May. Now Latin is almost never up there, so like you're not even getting that much. But also, the bonus was changed from a full point of extra research speed to being 0.2. So it's a lot, it's not anywhere near as much flat additional research. The characters don't annoy me. The model clothes look really bad, though. I hope some models look better, and etc. Yeah. I'm fine with the portrait. I'm okay with it. I think it's good for new players. I think it's more likely to make new players happy to see it. Maybe needs to be more important than an EU4, is it? I don't know how... I'm bad at these EU4 comparison questions. I apologize. I don't have enough frame of reference on EU4. The Navy seems important. It seems not hyper-dynamic, like how you use it. Like, what feels like optimal, like at war, is just to stack your navy in a mega stack and then hunt the opponent's stack if you're bigger than it, and then just hide your navy if you're not, and just like slam into them. Are winged hussars there? There are winged hussars. There is unique unit for that. Can we form the Commonwealth? You can form the Commonwealth, and just in general. Actually, I think Poland might be really strong. No one's talking about Poland. This is Polish resources, but I need to test, though. Poland have some really, really strong advances in, like, this type of thing. And so, like, they have one that's, like, plus 20% RGO level, and, like, to be fair, that gets diluted out as the game goes on, because you get a lot of those in the truck tree, but you get it relatively early, and I think they have some good extra max tax stuff, and peasant approval, like this type of stuff, which all of these are pretty strong. But these things might get nerfed as well. I'm not sure exactly. Do slave pops die out? I don't think they die out faster, but they do die just like every other pops. How Christian faith not allowed slaves mechanic work with the New World historical slavery? Am I missing something? They cannot take the slaves, but they can move the slaves via trade. So they are reliant on a country like Mali to take the slaves, and then they move them to the New World. So you're like forced to do the triangle trade in a sort of sense. Houston, thank you for the $5 Canadian. Thank you so very much for the QA. Could you give a quick and dirty appraisal of how Morocco's start is, especially compared to Iberia? Well, one of the problems is, to the extent that there is railroading in terms of AI behavior, you're gonna have to fight. You're gonna have to fight very early on Castile, and I don't think there's a way to avoid it. And so. This is kind of the state of affairs. I think, if I recall correctly, yeah, you have decent, like, a flatland area, and it's pretty open, so, like, you have an okay place for, like, building up industry and this type of stuff, and if I recall correctly, you have pretty good resources. Did I do the feedback version? I think I did not. Let's look at the feedback. Yeah, I didn't look at the feedback one. But I remember being like, okay, it's more hilly on the feedback. I remember being a little surprised that it looked as good as it did. But yeah, you probably want your capital here, moving it and Fez down a little bit maybe. And then in terms of raw materials, you got some salt, which is pretty good. Dyes is good. Sugar is going to be very good, just mainly because the Europeans just don't have enough sugar relative to their demand. You got some wool, you got some this type of stuff. I thought they had some silver in here. Maybe I was thinking of this gold pile. But you also are on this interesting... North Africa, just in general, including all the way over to Egypt, is kind of in this interesting position where if you take anything across the way, it's a different continent, so you can use plantations. So, like, if you... I mean, to be fair, I think your capital's gonna be good here early on, but maybe you want it in, like, Tangiers or whatever later on. But, like, everything over here you will be able to build plantations on, which is, like, crazy strong. I think maybe over here maybe is a better spot for a capital, but you have, like, nice expands into both... like Castile, once you get going, and also over here, you get to play the colonization game. You have good access to institutions. It's probably pretty solid. The problem is you don't have a lot of pops starting out. I don't think we have a map for that, but I think you're like a 1 million or under. I think you're like 800k or something, and then it gets knocked down to like 600k, so you'll be a little bit behind on the pops perspective, I think. And this is maybe where you're deficient. Also, I don't know what the content looks like for them at all. Crossback, they give the follow big nice, so it could be not very good, this type of thing. Are there, looking at the Twitch viewers now, are there ways for a smaller nation to build up significant population base compared to larger powers? It's really hard to build up population unless you have population within the market. Like you have a large population relative to total size of the country, like the Netherlands. Really hard to do unless you can take slaves. If you can take slaves, you can do it. Netherlands can't take slaves, so... Why are we only getting a soundtrack for pre-ordering? Are you trolling? Or are they not? They are trolling, are they not? I think you might get the cosmetic buildings as well, but that might just be from ordering the pack. I'm not sure. Are there going to be a different start dates? No, like, basically zero chance. Why are they not allowed to take slaves if they own some land in Africa? Does the religion lock it? The religion locks it, but you can build this building in other countries in Africa that forces them to take slaves, and that's the way you can force slaves, and so maybe I'm just appreciating how much play you'll get out of that building or this type of thing. Do Europeans get better advancements in the mid-late game to help simulate the Great Divergence? In general, there's more content and flavor for Europeans, especially later on, so kind of, yeah. Saying it's better to convert to Muslim means something needs to change. I don't think so, like, in terms of 1337, but, like, the text and other stuff, yeah, just, like, seem better. Are event pictures flavored? For example, if I see a picture with a bunch of European guys in a mass migration event, if I play in Ethiopia, I think there's 5 major cultures that they have different arts for, if I recall correctly. Are there going to be later start dates? No. Thank you for trying to answer the questions, despite there being thousands. Yeah, there's a lot. Teutonic Horde for the win, basically. You're very welcome. I hate EU4 mission trees, too. Big reason why I stopped playing when they were added. Yeah, I just don't want, like, silly nonsense. Like, France is supposed to conquer, like, Constantinople because they have a mission for it, and it's like, what? Or, like, I'd rather see something more emergent and, like, dynamic that flows from a system rather than just some like artificial, I'm Scotland, I guess I have to, you know, invade Prussia because I have this mission tree for invading Prussia as Scotland, and it's like, what? I get that most of them are like thematic or historic, but like some of them are just like wonky as all hell. The fact that you have a bunch of Mediterranean is nice in terms of the top end, what you can do. Guess we're all hyped as fuck, basically. Random missions, return experience, yeah. How often do you delete buildings? Fairly often. If you do it as you're building with someone else's. So once you start hitting the building soft cap, you start deleting buildings a bit, and just kind of pruning it to put you back under the cap. Is it possible for a country like Netherlands to stand up to substantially large country by size? By size, you mean locations, absolutely. Can you do anything to help pop growth? You can't do too much to help pop growth. You can do a little bit. You can, like, kind of move the needle from, like, 0.3% to, like, 0.5% or 0.45% or something, like, in terms of an average. But, like, which, to be fair, is 50% more pop growth. But the thing is like, what you're starting with is just so important. You could also be very judicious about how many pops you lose in wars. But, like, it's not like you don't have, like, some omni, like, way to get an enormous amount of pops. I feel like the population of Vic 3 and Imperator encouraged massive size because there wasn't any way for smaller countries to move population. Well, Vic 3, you can get migration. You can go uber tall in Vic 3. You're not stopped catching up. People got more questions. Oh, no, not like this. Are ruler stats important? Yeah, they throttle all your cabinet actions and they give you bonuses. They're pretty important. I think like 10% of your Diplo you get in the state satisfaction. IGN gameplay is just messing in menus with the game paused. Yeah, we'll save it for later. Some creators say that conquering is too easy. Yeah, it's probably too easy. It's just not overwhelmingly powerful. And some say conquering is hard because you don't get value from conquered land. They're both right. No, it's correct. You don't get a lot of value relative to just building up in your own country, like in terms of, if you're looking at it from a perspective of maximizing your income of gold and manpower, conquering a whole bunch of stuff's like not useful, and at a certain point it's counterproductive. But it's not hard, so yeah. What are the incentives to colonize the New World then if it's so expensive? I'm not sure. It's like, I mean, it gives you more access to resources and effectively gives you more pop, I guess is like one of the bigger ones. Because when you colonize something, if you have really low population, you can build a building called a settlement, which will give you 1% population growth. And then if you're really low in terms of pops, what will happen is that you will also get another additional like 1%, and so you can get like 2.5% population growth. So the pops you sent effectively experience considerably more growth. By virtue of you having sent them there. So, in some sense, this is how you get more Europeans. You get, like, by colonizing, in some sort of sense. But, like, the flip side of this is, like, you're also sending them out of your country. But I think, right now, the meta is to just, like, keep the colonies as your nation, then colonize, and then you get more resources. Also, RGOs are turbo strong, so like eventually you fully expand out the RGOs in your home territory, and you're just expanding economics through buildings. But like getting access to more RGO levels is also like the value. So it's like it's good enough. Also, if you're colonizing right next to yourself, it's actually just really strong. Yeah. Oh no, we lagged. Oh. Sorry if it's been asked before, just joined, but what do you think about the potato PC? We kind of have a potato. Late game is going to be rough, but I think doable. It depends on how patient you are. Does the terrain of your capital location affect its ability to push control? Yes, they changed it from caring about the territory you're moving into to caring about the territory you're moving out of. You want flatland, grassland for your capital. Or sparse, but like flatland, grassland. You probably don't even want farmland. What? No, are we lagging? Well, it's kind of hot in our room. Not like this. Hopefully the stream's still live. Not like this. Tilde opens console command, help for commands. Yeah, but I don't even know what I'm looking for in terms of... I should just use it more. Have you played Muscovy, Kiev, or Novgorod? If so, I've played both Muscovy and Kiev, but I spell it differently. What were your thoughts, and then the best values and meta strats? Well, the best strategy for Russia is to not play them. Russia actually is just turbo weak, relative to, I think, where they were historically. Like, I think from the emergent patterns, like, of the game, like, they suffer more than any other country, and it's because they don't have a lot of pops, they don't have good resources, and they got, like, Arctic in the north. Currently, another content creator is just uber struggling through a Russia run because of the Little Ice Age, just turbo bricking him. And so, we also have, like, forest, there's, like, woods everywhere, it's difficult to push control, and then when we get to, like, we don't start with high dev, and then once we get to the resources, it's all just, like, super not very good. It's much better once you start getting closer to Ukraine, or Ruthenia. Then you start to get, like, a little bit more iron, a bunch of amber, this type of thing, but, like, Russia itself, like, you have, like, wool, and that's it, and that's your economy. And relative to other countries we've taken a look at, is pretty bad. You don't even have a lot of iron. There's iron here and here, but like Muscovy's somewhere in here. It's just it's very grim. Can we find the one for once you start getting closer to Poland, the resources get a lot better. And so, and the land is just more flat. So, in general, I think that it's going to be much better for... Here, we won't pull it up, but it's just, like, much better for Kiev/Ukraine, like, Ruthenia. Egypt RGO is good. Yep, they have a lot of cotton and sugar. Sugar's in really low supply. You can trade a lot of it. Also, they have a unique kind of situation where they can move their continent by moving their capital, and they can use plantations in either the Levant or in where the Nile is. So both seem really, really strong, and so you'll just print cotton and sugar RGOs like hyper hard. What countries will have the most unique content that aren't present in 1337? I don't know, probably the USA will probably have a disproportionately high amount of content given like how little it is in the game. Because catering to US audience. I guess Rome maybe too. Do food trade impact pop growth? Yes. Cheaper food will help the pops, as will larger food storage. Larger food storage, I think the food storage number is proportional to the amount of pops you have, so this is another way in which when you have lower pops, you'll grow a little bit more. But food does impact stuff, just not enormously. Prosperity is one of the big drivers of pop growth. I think like 40% of pop growth is from prosperity, and everyone will get the prosperity up to 100. With easy AI, does it mean you can focus on RP and not get curb stomped? Yeah, I mean, you could just RP it out. Like, honestly, like, the people on the forums are just so uber doomer about, like, we can read through that. We're almost caught up, but, like, they're just so uber doomer about stuff. And, like, the game not being, like, turbo hard, and it's, like... I mean, we'd like to see some improvements to the AI, but it's not like the end of the world if the AI is like on the weaker side. I mean, we definitely like to see improvements to the AI. I also think there will be improvements, like, and also Paradox is not presenting this and being like, look, this is our AI, right? Like, we're looking at early versions of the game, and to some extent judging it in the early versions, like, a little bit silly, but we're getting closer and closer to release, so it's becoming less silly. Does development affect control propagation? It's enormous. For every point of development, you get -1 proximity cost. So hills and forests and hills aren't as restrictive. Yeah, absolutely. Rivers in general are going to be really important, though, because you can build a pound-lock canal for 5% reduction, and also a bridge for another 5% reduction, so... when you did the world power overview, you skipped Scandinavia. What do you think of Sweden? Sweden looks pretty strong, but you have, like, pop problems. We don't have an updated map for Sweden, though. I think you have good resources, though. Personally, I want a proactive AI. Vic 3, you look at the map at 18... The AI is proactive and does expand. They do expand. They're just really bad at getting strong. Like, they're really bad with the economy, I think. And also, I think, like, expansion is just generally kind of easy. Well, in CK3, for example, as soon as the AI sees you slightly weak, they jump on you. Yeah, that's super cool. How's the Romania region look like? I think we looked at it a little bit, but we can take another look as well. I think that's under Carpathia in the Balkans, and I think they had surprisingly good resources, better than we thought. Romania, in particular, is going to, of these areas, be the better place for building a power base, because you got all this flatland. This mountainous stuff, not very good, but around you, you have some really good resources in both Hungary and also in the Balkans down here. So, like, when we come to the resources, I think someone counted, I think it was Lackey, said that there was 7 silver, and like 1 or 2 gold, and then there's a whole bunch up here of gold and silver. So you could build most of your industry here, and then eventually have good expands for really good resources, something like this. Is it worth expanding east or south as Morocco within the first 100 years? Probably through subjects if you're going south. But until you get a good maritime presence, you're really not going to be able to have a lot of control. But I would expand with subjects. That's the thing, is, like, it's best to expand with subjects, but expanding with subjects is just, like, turbo-free. So you should kind of always be expanding, you just do it with subjects rather than taking the land, and then you integrate as you are able to push out control better. AI is on the weak side. How fast does population grow? I think on average you'll probably be around 0.4% annually. I don't know if you'll be able to get to 1 billion. I haven't done the math or taken a look at the schematics. How's the Lithuanian pagan religion compared to others? I haven't taken a look at it. Would you choose Genoa or Venice? I'd probably choose Venice. I think my gut feeling is that Genoa is better. I just would want to play Venice. I don't know. Can you elaborate on the Tartar yoke mechanic of the Golden Horde? Do they usually collapse? We found it kind of easy to get out from under the yoke, and eventually integrate the duchies, but we didn't play super deep with Russia. We were just like... We were having a bad time having turbo 0 resources and feeling bad about it. Isn't Marapo map too big? I don't know what you mean. Do you think a Vic 3 time period would work with the building system, or do you think it's too far away from what's needed to show industrialization? The problem is you can't really show an ownership class, and you can't show accumulation of capital, and you can't show, like, the political, like, emergent effects, and, like, the creation of a capital class, because there's no ownership. But if you didn't care about all that, yeah, I guess you could probably show it. There's also no, like, investment pool, in terms of how we understand victory. People are mad if there's a pre-order bonus, and they're mad if there's just none. Yeah, some people are just mad. Some people are just mad. When starting a country with a culture that has few pops or poor economic regions, is it better to switch primary culture? Probably. EU5, it depends. Actually, it depends on what the advances look like. You probably just want whatever culture has better advances. EU5 YouTube posted a channel I posted about DLC, and everyone freaked out. But there's not DLC day one. Day one DLC? How much fun do you think progression of Muscovy will be? Forming Russia in the EU4 was... I really think that, like... this is, to me, is maybe a potential problem, how weak Muscovy seems relative to the fact that they're a tier 1 nation, just as a result of all the systems that they have, really, like, valuing resources quite heavily and valuing pops quite heavily, and them just being terrible at both, and having bad terrain. You could just give them more really turbo good advances. They have really good advances, just generally speaking. Will you be able to show gameplay before release? I don't know when I'll be able to show it. Someone know which country has the strongest ship? I mean, single ship, not the whole fleet. I remember being impressed with the stats on the Korean turtle ship, but I don't remember what they are. Let's quickly catch up on the Twitch questions. Why are they not allowed to take slaves if they own some land in Africa? Does the religion locks it. Do Europeans get better advances? Oh, we already answered that. Are RGOs dynamic? Some RGOs are dynamic, and then Colombian exchange is like hyper dynamic. But it, generally speaking, I think tropical territory is better because you're throttled by the climate, and so Colombian exchange is going to be more effective for like Africa and also India. Is I think where it's really going to shine, and also the US. Oh, we have 2 restream things open. That's a mistake, right? But if we close one, will it brick us? Yeah, let's not close one. Let's see. What's that water jug? We have a little bit of, you can't really tell, but it's Sonic limeade in there. Two Moroccos. Wait, are we not catching up? Oh my god. We're like not really catching up. Arid map into Sahara? Yeah. I watched a few gameplay videos. EU5 is going to be fire. I'm enjoying it. I have several hundred hours too. Will you ever be able to show gameplay before release? I don't know. Conquering also eliminates enemies and weak AI. Yeah, I just think if you're in a lobby with a bunch of players, like, this, like, blobby playstyle is just going to be bad. It also makes you look scarier than you are, right? You don't want to be a paper tiger. Paper tiger is the worst position to be in multiplayer. You want to be, like, not scary at all and actually be scary. Does Austria have an event to get personal union over Hungary? I'm not sure yet. I'm playing as Austria. I'm trying to see. This is kind of one of the big questions on how good is Austria. Playmaker seems to heavily disagree with you. Yeah, I know. And thinks that a wide playstyle gives a lot more value than tall. I don't think he thinks that it gives more value. I think he just thinks it's easy. Because you can easily stack control in in other ways of territories. I saw a little bit about that. That's just like a short-term... It's a short-term strategy, which, to be fair, like, if you want to just conquer as quickly as possible and you have this short-term and you just need an influx of gold to be able to do it, then it's going to be effective. But what he's talking about is, first of all, integrating all this stuff yourself, and then, secondly, using increased control, which the increased control thing, the way it decays should probably be, like, based on an equilibrium rather than just flat 0.5, because you can maintain 5 provinces with like plus 30 or 40 control. So that's maybe a problem. They also... The strategy I advocated for earlier, and have advocated for in a bunch of other videos, being really heavy into Dev Province, it was just got turbo nerfed as well. Because Dev Province was nerfed by 80%. It's now only 20% as effective as it was during May Access. Because you could, like, turbo, like, drive lanes. Like, you can get a lot out of just, yeah, taking gold provinces and then using increased control on them. But if you're using your cabinet to do that, and you're using your cabinet to manually integrate rather than other stuff, the long-term threshold of how strong you are is going to be lower. And so if you're talking about trying to be as strong as possible in 1700 or 1750, and you're thinking that you're playing against competent opponents who are going to fight you over stuff, they're going to take notice when you grab gold piles. They're going to dislike it when you like kind of interfere in what they regard as their sphere of influence. I don't think it's an effective playstyle in multiplayer. But if you want to talk about turbo speed stomping like the AI, like in the short term, I think you can gain a lot of gold that way, and it's probably correct. But like in the long term, I don't know if it's as effective. And maybe it is effective though, because I think the fact that the decay is like 1/5 the speed of the increase on the control is like an issue. Also, even if you wanted that to be the way the play pattern worked, it's actually a really unfun play pattern because it's super micro heavy. So I think anything that's micro heavy like that just like shouldn't be a thing. Do we know more about the non-country playables? Hansa Banks, I don't know more about them. Glad to hear about the code income matey. Thank you so very much. It is absolutely huge for me. It's going to be like 1/4 of my yearly income, I think. How long does it take to build a building? Depends on the building. I don't really have a good answer, though. Can resources be... It also depends where you're building it and if you're suffering from winter. Can resources be depleted? No, they cannot. You should play Tibet for your first game? Thank you for the donation. And then, the opposite of thank you for the unkind words. Yeah, Tibet is on the rough side. I'm getting a phone call. You guys hear that? Oh, let's see if he texts me. I obviously, like, you do coffee later this morning. I'm in the middle of something right now. But yeah, he asks me to meet up like on Saturday sometimes, and then like every Saturday I stream almost. Do buildings have a hard time hiring? They do have a hard time hiring. Qualifications actually matter, unlike Vic 3, I feel like. So Vic 3, I think that qualifications just generally are... I would love to see qualifications feel like they matter in Vic 3, like they feel like they matter in EU5. It's something you, like, play around. To be fair, like, sometimes you start hitting an event horizon where you stop caring, and, like, there are certain things that throttle you that make you, like, building levels eventually are throttling you more than qualifications, and I wish there was maybe something that made it so that the throttles felt a little bit more dynamic and a little bit less phasic. Because eventually it's not going to be the thing that throttles you. Thank you, Financial Literacy, again, for the €5. As England, is there a penalty other than not getting French lands for not pressing French claims? Is it not better to avoid war and preserve pop? Well, loss of pop is always a big deal. But I think you just get too much in return for it. I think you're just supposed to go after it. Like, if you're playing single player. If you're playing multiplayer and there's someone competent on France, you're almost certainly not supposed to fight them, and you're just supposed to, like, figure something out with them in terms of way you're splitting something. You're probably supposed to give them Aquitaine in exchange for something in the north or something like this. You said that you don't want farmland in your capital. Can you elaborate? So, farmland does have the most pop capacity, but it has minus 10%, or minus 5% or plus 5% rather, proximity cost to capital. So, yeah. That little extra thing is going to effectively decrease your control in every other location by 1. Relative to grassland. How's North African started the game? It's a favorite start in EU4. Probably stronger than EU4. Yeah. Probably considerably stronger than EU4. North Africa feels like they feel like they'll be. I mean, you're Muslim. You're Muslim. You have decent resources. You have decent pops, and you can take slaves. It seems like they're probably pretty good. You just have like less flavor than the people to the north of you. Less like bonuses, this type of stuff. Golden Horde is gonna get hit by the Black Death of the Little Ice Age. Is it even possible to save it? Nope. It's doomed. How good is the Balkans? We were looking at Balkans resources. Balkans resources look really good. I actually was underappreciating how good the resources were. I think price relative to what you get needs to be looked at. Almost $100 for no flavor or something could be. I could use in game. Doesn't make sense financially. If it was lowered by $20, $30, sure. No. You're getting with the big package. You're talking about this. The 80. So first of all, this is what you mean by almost $100 is the $85. That's fair enough, but like, also $15 is quite a bit off. And you're also getting. Oh, you are getting the instant lock, but what you're getting is you're getting these DLCs as well. To be fair, these are flavor packs. I think more so than like full mechanics DLCs. But the full price of this is going to be like over 100 USD if you don't get the full edition. But I think you'll be able to buy like an expansion pack probably for these 3 anyways later on and be able to save the money. But I don't think you're actually paying extra for the sacred sites and the soundtrack. I think you're just paying earlier. Which, by the way, if you use code Generalist and buy from the website, you don't get a discount, but I do get 12% of the sale if you wanted to support the channel. We're going to continue to plug that. Apologies to the people who've heard a lot, but it's a pretty big deal for us. US history is like yesterday? Yeah. It's Jover. Stop reading chat or you'll never stop. We have a hard stop time at like 2 hours. We have maximum 2 hours. But we do kind of want to respond to some of the creators' opinions. What do you mean you've almost caught up? You've been reading new messages, not like this. How likely is it the game gets trolled as Asia Universalis after release? Very likely. I think Asia's really strong. I think in our top 10 list, currently, we have 0 Europeans in the top 5. So, yeah. The Ottomans usually blob through the Balkans like IRL. Yeah, they do a good job of blobbing now. Not super huge, but they blob decently. Or, they blob a little bit. They blob more than most. How's transatlantic slave mapped? If you colonize, you always get native. Do you get natives in your pops? You can take the natives as slaves when you finish colonization. I think this is the one way Europeans can get slaves, but you can also just move slaves from the West African markets over to the Caribbean or this type of thing. Can you eventually discuss Georgia so I don't go insane? Yeah, we can discuss Georgia, Mouse. You've asked me about Georgia, like, infinite times, I think, so let's maybe take a look at Georgia. Actually, you know what? Let's not talk about Georgia. Actually, if we can't find the feedback for it, we won't discuss it, but here's the Caucasus. So we got Georgia up here. Oh, you know what we should have done? Damn it. I should have just discussed North American Georgia, because I know you're not asking about North American Georgia. Being a kingdom to start is pretty nice. I think your terrain's relatively bad, and I think you have small provinces. I mean, I think it's rough. There's like a decent amount of content for Georgia. I just don't know it off the top of my head. I think they have like 20 pieces of unique content, so that's pretty substantive. Okay, we're arid. And just like, you have like this corridor, and you can kind of, to some extent, maybe push control around the inland sea and the inland sea here, and that's probably going to be your game. This like navy, put the capital in here, you get some good production area because it's relatively flat, you know, in this area. You get your market in here, and then you're able to push control, maybe have markets over here, over here. It's probably how you play Georgia. Let's take a closer look at the resources. I think Tbilisi is kind of an okay spot for a capital, but if I recall correctly, you just have no premiums. You have like kind of a lot of middling ones. You have a decent amount of iron. You have some lumber, which is good. South of you, there's like no lumber. You can import lumber from the north too. I guess there's a gold right there. Wool, pretty happy to see. So actually the resources look pretty okay. They look solid. And the iron is nice and spread out, so you will have in most of your urban areas, the input good bonus on your tools. So that's going to be kind of nice. You also have fiber crops up here. Nice to have a little bit of that for the paper. You got sand down here. Also nice. Probably gonna feel a little cozy, but nice. Cozy because, like, okay, you're just a corridor, like, and you can't push control down this way very easily. But you're a corridor that you're eventually gonna gain access to the sea, and I think eventually, like, long term, you're looking to play through the sea in here or something like this. I've always liked to touch on humor and fantasy in Paradox games. Is there some content like that in EU5? Like the 7 fantastic cities? No, I'd say it's generally a little bit more grounded. It takes itself more seriously than EU4. How bad is marshland wetland for control market access? I think it's minus 25% or plus 25% proximity cost, so pretty bad, like the equivalent of hills. Russia was extremely weak still, 1550s, backwater of backwaters. Yeah, well, I mean, I think the thing is like by 1700, I think you still probably just like, Tunis would be better or something. Does proximity bonus from rivers and bridges stack? Yes. I would have thought that rivers help the propagation along rivers, but hindered propagation along crossing a river. An effect negated by a bridge. Well, I mean, like, I think it's just like you have bridges, and you're not thinking of it from the micro perspective of a barge conflicting with a bridge, and more just like you have infrastructure around the rivers. Also, a lot of bridges you can pull up. Do new IOs appear during the game? Yes. What's the ideal position of the capital in Georgia? It's probably like around here, something like this, or maybe even on the coast here, because you're probably gonna have more success over here. So maybe it's on the coast and you just aren't even looking to be centralized in here. It's probably on the coast, closer to here, because I think there's more value to the sea to the left than to the right, so you probably play it like that. You said that Russia's turbo dirty resources area to start in. Does Ruthenia make more viable than them? Absolutely. There's way more mineral resources that are good in Ruthenia, and you're right next to a lot of stuff that's like considerably better on the resources. We could take a quick look. But it's not going to be... Is it going to be in Poland and the Baltic? I feel like that's not the droid we're looking for. Do we not have a good map of the region? So Volhynia has decent resources. Kiev kind of doesn't have the best resources, but Volhynia is a little bit better on the resources. Taking a look, it's going to be a lot of flatlands, but you get like clearings over here once you start getting into Kiev. And so if you have your capital in like Kiev, there's a bunch of open area. It's really easy to push control. The resources aren't the best, but I think that they're a little bit better than what's even here. But yeah, like Volhynia is going to have some of the iron in here. And some of the amber in here and like this type of stuff. Wool's pretty solid. We see iron and coal, a ton of wheat down here in Kiev, which has been changed a little bit. I wish we could see more further to the south in Kiev. We kind of like actually just have a gap in terms of like what we could see, so we could show it off better. But I think the terrain's pretty solid. You're starting to be able to touch good resources more close to Volhynia and Hungary and Poland, and like this type of stuff. And so while you're not like sitting right on it, you do have like better place for infrastructure. Like the thing about Russia is Russia's like all woodland, right? Russia's like all woodland, and this doesn't have a lot of wood and this type of thing. So like just to form the comparison, is you have the flatlands, grasslands, and Russia's like all flat, but like that's bad for pushing control. There isn't a day one DLC. Just freaking out. Yeah, people are freaking out. Or are you saying they just freaked out? Yeah. Please watch IGN video. Does most of the trade income come from raw resources rather than manufactured goods? Early on, yes. Later on, no. Have you played any hordes? I've not played any hordes. Do estates construct buildings themselves? Yes. Does it impede progress, if at all? How does estates impede progress, if at all? They sometimes build stupid stuff. They sometimes build actual bad buildings. This is one of the factors, and they build more of them the lower their satisfaction. It'll be interesting to kind of like do the math if we can see the numbers on like frequencies and stuff like this, if it's actually good to not tax them so they build better buildings or something like this. Once you can release videos, what's your first one? I'm gonna do like probably I'm gonna shoot for in the first week doing like 14 starting steps videos, or 7 to 14 starting steps and 7 to 14 tutorials, with like half the tutorials being top lists because they're really easy to do quite quickly. Does pop growth increase over time? Not really, unless we're missing a mechanic. There's some things that unlock pop growth, but overall it's difficult to do. IGN video. Message retracted. True. I agree. What's the absolute worst start you can do if I want to suffer? Tibet. Oh wow, we're not caught up at all. Do you think Anhora is playable? Probably Tibet, yeah. Oh, did we miss a donut? No. Oh no, we didn't miss that. Hello. New people coming in. Pick up your phone. Sorry. Apologies. We didn't even notice it buzzing for a hot second. I know you said something about the USA having disproportionate flavor compared to its relevance, but are colonial nations in general worth playing? I haven't tried playing them. I think there's just not a lot there for playing as them. I think it's just like transitioning to playing someone super turbo small with like no pops and no dev, and it's just gonna feel really miserable. No trade routes like in EU4. All markets trade. Yeah, all markets trade direct to each other. Wow. I am just having technical difficulties here. Hopefully this stream is still live and it's just on my end. Can you form the Angeline Empire if you win 100 Years' War? I don't know. Thoughts on Inca gameplay? It's probably going to be a little bit slow. You're probably, the thing is, you're going to colonize like somewhat slow, but really nice resources once you're there. It's probably going to be a little slow start. I don't know. I haven't taken a close look. How's colonization looking? Independence mechanics and that type of stuff. What nations are usually colonizing? The AI doesn't really colonize very much right now. Castile a little bit, England a little bit, Papal States a little bit. I think they don't have enough income. With however the AI is like coded in terms of the way it values things, I think it just doesn't have enough income to do it. And to be fair, it's probably actually such that that's actually the correct decision from the AI perspective, because the rate of returns like really, it takes a long time, the event horizon, for like getting your return back, and the AI I think just isn't making a lot of money, especially with like nerfs made to income, just generally speaking. Now the AI really suffers for it. Like, they build way too many forts right now, and so like the forts just eat all of their margin and they never snowball. So like the first thing to do is like make them not build so many forts, or even like as a player you like load in and you destroy all your farts at game start, just because like they're really expensive on the maintenance. And like once you make a lot of money, then you can re-add all the forts. It's not like that forts itself are bad. It's just like the proportion of your margin going to forts. Your income minus your expenses should just probably never be over 5%. And for the AI, it's like 3/4 of their income or something. Their margin, at least. How challenging will it be to save Byzantium compared to EU4? I think it'll be long-term more challenging, but like EU4, it's just like gimmicky. You just have to like trap with the Ottoman's army or something on an island. Relative to EU4 questions are bad for me because I don't know EU4 that well. They could bust Muscovy, just change some resources. They could buff them by changing the resources or just by giving them unique advances that are really good. But okay. Do you simulate the Great Divergence? I'm not sure what that refers to, so I don't know. I've always... Okay, we already answered that one. Did you try sick? No, we did not. Can boats have... can you have boats in inland seas? I think you can. So I think you can push control that way. I think you could even do them in Lake Michigan. I'm not 100% sure, though. How much does Europe change by the late game? Can the HRE be dissolved by the AI? Well, the AI kind of blobs a little bit. They kind of get their blob on, like, relative to something like Vic 3, which is not necessarily the highest bar, but, we haven't seen England win the 100 Years' War on the AI. Usually the AI just kind of stalemates it out. I think we've seen France win once. Excuse me. But generally speaking, it's just, yeah. Not gonna lie, kind of worried about the pop system. It seems like not a lot of player skill can impact such an important bottleneck. I agree, but I don't know how much player skill should be able to impact something like pop growth. That seems like kind of a weird thing. I think that just the mechanics should maybe be a little bit different. But yeah, like Europe in general, like India is so much stronger because the pops, I think. Does Russia ever form in your games? No, we haven't seen Russia form. We've seen Muscovy get bigger though and blob out a bit. Can you depopulate your country by wars or other means? Yes, you can colonize a whole bunch and then lose a bunch of pops. Does Europe get an advantage in colonization? I mean, they get the techs faster, but like an advantage relative to Mali, probably like not so much of one. They could get to the techs faster, and they're more proximal. But like India, there's a game setting as well where people from Europe don't explore. And if you turn this on, like, other countries won't colonize very much just because they won't explore very much. But, like, India is just turbo good at colonizing Australia and, like, this portion of Africa in the same way that Europe is kind of good with the New World. And so, like, the resources in here are insane, and the resources over here are insane. So, like, overall, the resources you gain access to in here and here are, like, maybe even better than, like, New World. So, like, India has its own, like, thing going. And you can also import slaves from over here, right? So you have your own little triangle trade thing going on as well. How would you rate West Central Europe as the best region for resources? Would you rate? No, I wouldn't rate them as the best for resources. Like, there's a scrum in here that's pretty good, but overall Europe's probably the second worst continent. Although it's weird to say because Asia's such a big continent, right? But, like, here's really bad for resources. Like, the Middle East is pretty bad. You still get 100 controlled locations with the same sea zone as the capital? Yes. But I think they nerfed the amount of control you get, or it's, like, harder to get maritime to 100. The thing is, like, the naval infrastructure still doesn't provide market access, so, like, playing as something that's, like, really dotted islands, like Baja Payhid, is probably just going to be miserable. Or you'll just have to have, for each island, you'll have to have your own market, an individual market, which is, the islands are big enough over here, so that's fine, but, like, if you played, like, in the islands to the east, is probably just turbo miserable. Is panning camera with WASD or arrow keys? I think you can pan with both. I think we've taken WSD off the hotkeys. We just scroll like a boomer. What allows Christians to have slaves in the New World? So Mali takes the slaves, and they can build slave centers in Mali. So you can build buildings in foreign countries if you have more power projection than them, which the Europeans will often have. So you build places in Mali that force them to take slaves, and then import the slaves from Mali to the New World, and this is how you do it. But they can't take slaves themselves, and the Muslims can raid for slaves, so every time you occupy a location, you just take, like, you just yoink, I don't even know what percent, like, 1 or 5% or something like this of their population, you just yoink them as slaves. And this is the only way to en masse move pops into a market, because there's only you only have migration within your own market, and so and it's important for you to build around where your capital is and where your market centers are. And so the fact that you eventually get throttled by pops, and the only way to really get a lot more pops is to do this slavery game, is like, I think Muslim is like really the best religion. And then like the Eastern religions are like, it's like tier 1 is Muslim, and then the Eastern religions are tier 2, and then the Christian religions are like F tier. Have you played until late game periods? I've played like early 1700s. I've colonized almost every game. What nations are usually colonized? I think we answered this already. The uptalk is invading your brain. What's uptalk, my guy? Oh no, that's not the expression. How can smaller colonizers of Portugal survive without slaves? No, absolutely not. Like, I think you just turbo have to do slavery, or you just won't. It'll be like 200, 300 years before you get the return on your colony without, like, being able to bring slaves. Because you'll be waiting for the pop growth to be able to use more than one level of RGO in a lot of these locations. And the RGO is really where the value is in the New World. And what the slaves allow you to do is just, like, exploit the RGOs basically immediately. Have you tried any non-landed strats? Not for a very long time. Is Spain the best country in the game? If not, how can I refund it? You can refund the game. Spain's not the best. I don't think Spain's the best in Europe. I think the best in Europe is probably either France or Bohemia, depending on, like, if you care, where you care about power spike. Just at game start, Boho, but, like, I think long-term France is best. Can you kill all the pops in the country? Yeah, if you eliminate... so we were fighting in Morocco over and over when we were playing Mali, and these countries, or these areas that start out... if the pop drops too low in a location, it will decolonize. And so they became decolonized lands. Kind of cool to see. Do armies marching through a province or fighting in a province hurt the land in any way? Yeah, you lose prosperity, which eventually goes negative and it starts decreasing development. Do hospitals, clinics increase pop growth as healthcare gets better? No. They decrease mortality from diseases, though. Does dynamic RGOs mean that dynamic resources on the East Coast of North America improve when colonized or after colonization? I don't know if this improves, but we're going to learn more about Columbian exchange later, so I don't want to talk about it too extensively. But eventually you can move New World resources in, and so you can move in cotton, and I think sugar. Sugar, I think, requires, like, tropical or something like this, so, or subtropical. So if we take a look, I do believe that... it's kind of an interesting thing, but I do think you actually care about climate as a result of what you can do with the Columbian exchange, but I think you should be able to do, like, cotton and... maybe you can only do sugar down here in the tip, and then everything else you could do cotton in, that's in the south, that's, like, continental. Or what is this? Is this subtropical? This might be subtropical and this is tropical. And then up here, you can't bring in as many good RGOs. But just the fact that you can bring in this agrarian RGOs from the old world is maybe, like, how your economy's going to develop. But, like, another thing for the United States or, like, the US that's just turbo bad is you're, like, you have no veins. You have, like... it's all forest and woods, man. There's, like, no cleared land. And it's just, like, your ability to push control is just, like, turbo non-existent. What have you and other players determined as top 10? I think I disagree with a lot of players. A lot of people have suggested, like, Europeans, and I'm just like, Korea and Vijayanagar are just, like, in my opinion, unambiguously just, like, better than all the Europeans. Korea, to be fair, they could, if they nerf the tribute system of Yuan, Korea might not be in that group anymore, but Korea just gets a ton of free income, and then you have the soft expand into Japan. And also into Yuan. Like, you have good expands, like, turbo resources, lots of pops. It's just, like, not... it seems pretty clear to me. Does dynamic RG... oh, we already answered that. Do you think the game is ready on release on November 4th from your experience? I think it'll be ready, but I think people will have complaints. I think it'll be fine. I think the AI will be weak. I think it'll be stronger than it is now. But, like, if people are looking to, like, get throttled and challenged, like, super, super hard, they're probably not going to experience that. Are cavalry viable? Some people have a lot of cavalry bonuses. I don't know the math on this too well, so I can't really comment on it. But I assume that if you have bonuses, you'll actually do really well. I assume cavalry also just falls off. It's very pop efficient early on, though, because cavalry takes less manpower. It's just more expensive. How hard is it to break free from an overlord like Brittany, France? I think it's probably not too hard. I think you just, like, well, you could probably do some shenanigans with Diplo, but even if you can't, you could just, like, eco up and then just, like, claw your way out, like, Alien style. How far can you propagate control by the endgame? Really, really far. Like, really, really, really far, because the way roads work is, you get, minus 20 proximity cost, so you go from 40 to 20 with the gravel road, and then minus 25 with the paved road, and then minus 35 or minus 30 with the next tier road, and with the railroad is minus 35. But like every marginal one of those is decreasing the cost by an increasing proportion of the remaining amount. So when you go from 20, when you go to 40 to 20, you've cut it by a half. So that's the first road. But after the first road, the next road decreases the amount that you have to pay by 25%. But the next one is 33%. And then the last one is by 50%. In terms of how the math works. So then you'll just have like control like everywhere. And then direct owning stuff will be very good. And be much, much stronger. Shagtai seems like an interesting country to play. Decent amount of flatlands, grassland, resources not too bad. Yeah, probably pretty good. That's in Southeast Asia on the west, right? We maybe got the country wrong. Do you think it's possible for flatlands, grasslands, resources not too bad? Or is that in Central Asia? Do you think it's possible for a very good player to do world conquest starting as a very weak nation like Greenland? I don't know. I imagine there's some cheese that enables it. People always have egg on their face when they're like, world conquest is impossible. But it's not really straightforward to me how you would do a world conquest really, really quickly. Unless you're playing as a horde, maybe. Does Europa get advantages over other world regions? Yeah, the main advantage is getting tech faster and being ahead in tech and this type of thing. Can you take a closer look at Hungary? You mentioned them saying that they're strong. Yeah, we can take a closer look. We do have a code, by the way. Generalist, if you buy on the store, you do not get a discount, but we get 12% of all sales there, which is very, very helpful to us. Where are we in here? We want to do this a different way. We lost track of the mega thread. God, we're just actually never going to catch up. I was not expecting you guys to ask this many questions. It's not Carpathia. Is it Carpathia in the Balkans? I think it might be. Yeah, we just didn't take a closer look. But Hungary's got, like 4 to 8 gold and 4 to 8 silver or something like this. And it's got relatively, we skimmed over it, but it's got relatively flatlands in the middle. It's just like mountains on the outside. Yeah, you gold. And then the silver, I think, is silver. They don't, I think they have one province that has 2. And I think Boha has 2 provinces that have 2, which is good for Dev province for increasing the levels you have. But okay, other than this, you have a decent chunk of iron as well. How are we on the lumber? We got several lumbers on the outskirts, so really you kind of have like everything you need. You have salt, which is pretty good. Marble is really good to have at least one of. You have some wool. I guess you're somewhat light on the wool relative to other regions, but you have gold instead, so like who cares? And so just very, very solid on the resources, very self-contained. You have kind of all you need, and this is actually spectacular and really, really nice. You even have like a lot of the miscellaneous resources, like you have 1 lead, you have 1 dyes, you have, 1 copper up in here, you have 1 alum, and so you also won't need to trade for specific resources very, very often. Like mercury, the rarest resource, I guess you don't have here. There's a mercury in, like, Anatolia, there's a mercury in Castile, I forget where they all are, there's not a lot. Can you avoid participating in the slave trade as a European colonizer? Yeah, if you hate winning. What determines how much pop you can have? It's determined mainly by the terrain and also the level of urbanization. More urbanized, you'll have more pop capacity, and the vegetation gives you a lot of flat capacity. Farmlands gives the most, then grasslands, and then having forests is bad, and then mountains is turbo bad. But other than that, terrain is not that big an effect, and then climate's also going to be important. The most you get from Mediterranean, but overall not hyper significant except for Arctic, which is just turbo bad. So it's the combination of all like 4 of those factors. Is playing as Native Americans viable? Probably viable, probably not very fun. How long does it take to change culture? It's determined by how many pops are there, so it depends on how many pops are there. Have you played England? If so, what is the 100 years? How does the 100 Years' War actually function? It like gives you like a permanent CB, basically. That's pretty good. And yeah, it's hyper belligerent, if I recall correctly. And then I think eventually you can force them into a personal union and just like annex France. But we need a bigger sample because we haven't done that as England. Just that's our reading of the situation. Is Isle of Man the best naval capital in the world? No. By metric of number of adjacent locations by sea zone. Like even then, I don't think that's it, because I think like the Gaza might be better. A Gaza or Constantinople probably are better, even if you're looking at it that way. Because Constantinople, like you go in 4 directions, right? You go this way, and you have a bunch of locations you're next to. You go this way, you have a bunch of locations you're next to. And you go this way, but then you split right and left, and you have a bunch of locations in both directions you're next to. Naples is also going to look really good. The Mamluks, I think we had a Mamluk thing open, but we've lost it. Let's just close a lot of these. We'll not close that one, because that one was harder to find. But you're talking about Isle of Man in here? Yeah, it's not going to be the best because, like... No, it's not going to be good. Because you kind of want your capital also where your market is, and market propagation is not very good over this. You don't want to be on an island, I think, as your capital. If we take a look at Egypt and the Levant, in the same way Constantinople kind of goes in 4 directions, if you have it here in Gaza, you go this way, right? And you go this way. And then you go overland a little, and then you cut down this way. So you're kind of going in 3 directions. And so I think you have to think a little bit bigger when you think of where's the best naval capital in this type of thing. Are there map modes? There are a ton of map modes. You play as France, is it hard to centralize inland? No, it's easy because it's all flat and there's not a lot of vegetation. So this is one of the reasons why we're kind of bullish on France just in general, is I think that long-term, it's really easy to have really high control in all of France. Do pops grow till a soft cap, or they produce naturally and then just stop? Once they hit the cap, it's like a hard cap. They stop growing. But you can do multiple things to keep adding to the cap, so you probably do this a little bit more. Like some buildings add to the cap, this type of thing. You can also push out migration, try and get them to leave so that you can resume growth. Do you think we'll get dynamic vegetation? I absolutely think that'll be the case, I just don't think it'll be on release. As far as I understand, there's Tier 4 formable Europe. Have you seen what it is actually? No, I haven't. I'm not interested in playing to that, like, that depth of, like, just turbo expansion. Like, I don't think it's productive for me trying to learn the game better. I was playing non-location tags, like trade companies. We tried to play a little bit of some, and it was rough. Do you think vassal feeding is too strong? Yes. I think it's too easy to maintain control over vassals. You could have vassals with the same tech as you, with 10x your population, and they're like, cool, chillin'. And this is just how you expand. You just expand through vassals, and it's like kind of makes the expansion free. Hungary has Mercury, even better. Hungary has like literally everything. So as far as new players go, Hungary is quite strong, and I would just like turbo recommend. In terms of time, how long do you think a typical game, and how long is the long game? Well, I think typically you're probably going to play the first 300 years. If you play all the 500 years, it depends how much of a nit you want to be and how much you want to speed 5. I'm very confident, despite me having substantially more hours than, like, let's say Playmaker. I think Playmaker might have more years played than me. Because I'm just, like, paying attention to, like, smaller details, I think, a lot more. And like pausing and like thinking for a while instead of just like speed 5 cruising. How does Poland look at the start date? Poor, but with strong king and maybe some up mechanic. Poland is really, really good. We closed the thing where we were looking at it because we're silly billies. Poland has pretty solid resources and they have really, really good bonuses. I would recommend going through the Poland Tinto flavor, but they do have some just turbo strong like bonuses. Not all of them get shown, but like they just have like insano ones. Like some of the best. Which is why I'm kind of bullish on Poland. I just can't read though. Feels bad, man, when you can't find them. And chat's like screaming at their monitor. It's right there! Don't you have eyes? Open your eyes! Get off your knees, ref, you're blowing the game. Type thing. Has they not covered Poland? Maybe they've not covered Poland, but Poland does have tremendous bonuses. What's the funnest unique buildings you've found? Funnest? I don't know if any's turbo fun or something. If I want to play as Duchy and Nitra, Slovak part, is it a good idea to, as a first playthrough? I would recommend just playing someone bigger, but you could probably do it. Is it possible to take a small country with a couple provinces and hyper-specialized manufacturing a single resource like Vic 3? Eventually you get gated by building cap. Depends how small you mean by small. You could definitely play, like, tall, like, contained, but, like, how small do you mean by small? Like, you could do zero expansion as the Mamluks, but Mamluks start with a decent amount of territory, but really all the pops are here, and, like, a little bit in, like, a Levant pocket. Does converting religion make converting culture faster? I think so, because it raises satisfaction, which raises control, which raises how fast the cultures convert, so... But, like, in a roundabout way. Does prestige affect your market? I can't remember. What do... I think it does. What is... I think more... prestige gives you more market attraction. What do market control typically look like in late game? Well, it improves a lot with roads, and roads get really, really strong really, really fast. Does London dominate the British Isles? Yeah, from maritime, but maritime falls off relative to overland, because overland's a lot worse early on when you get, like, really turbo-strong roads. They did add, they did add silver mines to, yeah. Is invading Mamluks difficult? Yeah, it's, like, kind of logistically weird. You just have to, like, land them. How much food does 10k pops eat? I don't know the exact numbers. And do the different foods matter? The different foods turbo matter because different food stuffs give you different amount of food per RGO. I think like wheat gives you like 8, rice gives you like 10, legumes and the other ones I think like give you like 5. Wool is probably one of the better ones because the base price is 2.5 instead of 1 and it gives you 5. I think wild game gives you like 3 or something. I can't remember how much cattle give you. I'm really unsure about these numbers. I just know rice gives you the absolute most, and wool gives you 5, and I think wheat gives you 8, and I'm less certain about the other ones. There's no Poland Tinto flavor. They have good ones. Their event for Poland to annex Ruthenia, Duchies next to them have their monarch of the PS dynasty. I don't know if there's an event, but annexing them is not too hard. What do you think it will be? A tutorial nation will be Hungary. Or if you like Serbia, if you want to be like kind of a smaller version of Hungary, you just have to make a market at game start. If you don't create a colonial nation when colonization process for an area is complete, can you establish it there later? Yeah, you get like 4 free buildings if you do it immediately, but if you do it later, you don't get the buildings. 4 free buildings isn't really that big a deal, so... Do markets auto-farm, or you can create them where you want? You create them where you want. Isle Man World Conquest when? Probably never. If wool gives food, are horses giving some too? Horses don't. They probably should. Mutton from the sheep. Is there a situation relating the Welsh, the martial lords, the English counts? Is Morocco playable? I don't know about the Welsh question. Morocco's super playable. I don't know if Castile's super beatable early on, but if you like lick your wounds a little bit, you can definitely just like outscale. Like if you give them everything in Iberia, you just come back and crush them later after you just like have a little bit of a come up. I think we are caught up. So we're gonna respond to some of the content creators' opinions on the game. So the first one we have in this mega thread is Corbett. We have not, I just want to emphasize, we haven't watched any of these streams or this type of stuff. We're just responding to summaries that people have made on these things. And then we'll fall behind a little bit on this type of thing, on the, what is it, on the questions, and then we'll catch back up. But let's quickly do the Twitch people. What does 20 pieces of content mean? It means that they have 20 like unique advances or privileges or this type of thing. How hard will it be to beat up those stupid Swedes as Norway? How hard is bigotry in Scandinavia? The answer's quite easy. Man, you guys really hate each other. Or joke hate each other. I'm not sure which at this point. What's the main highlights of your Florence game? We played as Milan. Yeah, we could cruise. There was like 6 situations that we went through, which is super cool. One of the most situation dense area in the game, I think, is probably Italy. Probably actually the most. You're saying Europeans would have to go to other continents to get better resources? Seems unrealistic. I think it's realistic. Does nobility state benefit from slavery disproportionately? Nope. You said EU5 is weak. How does it fare against the EU4? I can't compare EU4 and 5 because I don't have good frame of reference. AI is weak. I don't have a good frame of reference. They're good at moving around units. What's the smallest country people did world conquest in Vic 3? You could do world conquest as anyone in Vic 3, depending on the patch. Back when you could implode India and take all of India for like 5 infamy, it like doesn't matter. I think you could still kind of do that. So the harder part is getting to the coast for some runs. Okay, so we have general impressions from Corbett. General positive impression, I would agree. Very different game from EU4. I don't have good frame of reference because I haven't played enough EU4. Less for people who enjoy the arcadey bits. Definitely seems less arcadey than EU4. UI still needs some work. It's so much better than it was in May, but yeah, it could get better. Vicky with micro. Bruh's saying Vicky doesn't have micro. This is fair. It's more like a city builder than Vicky. Vicky's more like a macro kind of thing. Better combat than EU4, more complicated. I don't have an opinion on this. He's probably right. Diplomacy and economy are very different from EU4. Economy is way different than EU4, yeah. Colonization is bugged / unbalanced, with islands being very hard to colonize. What? I disagree with this. We've done so much colonization. Almost every run we've colonized in several hundred hours. There's nothing special about islands, but if something's far away, it's really hard to colonize. And also, if he's talking about, like, in Africa, it's really hard to colonize where there's already a lot of people, or it takes forever to do. So, like, St. Helena, or, like, off the coast of Benin, there's, like, an island, but then it's attached to the mainland in terms of the province, and then there's, like, 20k pops in some of those locations, so that takes forever to colonize. Colonial nations are vital to control and trade propagation. Otherwise, I think you could just direct control the territory, but when they dev province before, really aggressively, they were turbo good, but now they don't do it, so the AI is not very aggressive with it. Colonies don't give you stuff directly, you have to bring it back to yourself. Yeah, this is pretty much it. Having a couple locations, even if colonies are good, having a couple locations to build a bunch of markets is probably okay. Pope is weirdly good at colonization because Curia, yeah, he just makes a bunch of money. By 1530, he had Atlantic islands, parts of the Caribbean, and a bit of Brazil. I think he's playing as Portugal here. Yeah, he doesn't really colonize. Yeah. This is true. They don't colonize very much. I think that this is being worked on, though, so... SOPs has been turned down. Colonizing, you tend to just enslave all the natives. It actually depends on what law you're using. Yeah, no, it depends what law you're using. Some of them you integrate it, some of you expel, and some you enslave. The options to not enslave the natives, but he forgot because he just enslaved them. Yeah, that's the exact law he's talking about. I think you're just supposed to integrate them, and then you're just supposed to push slaves there. Colonial cultures aren't a thing, as far as I know. Colonies are good, trade and money, but lose population. I think that they just take forever to pay for themselves. He doesn't think it'll be possible to take over Aztecs or Incas as it was in real life. I think you could definitely conquer them. Conquistador will become settled countries. He said he's not sure. I think that's how that works, per reading the Tinto Talk, but I can't. I haven't tried it. Colonial nations are not locked to the New World. Nope, it's actually really annoying when you're settling right next to yourself and you accidentally misclick and it makes it a colonial nation. They adopt your culture, which is why you want to release countries and other continents as colonies, because otherwise they have local culture and religion. You can rename colonial nations. This is like less broad strokes and more detail oriented. I don't know how much of this I could respond to. Less of this is opinion and just like informative. But if you wanted to check out Corbett's thing, here, why don't we link to this mega as well? Colonies can't fail until you choose to pull out of them. This isn't true. You can get an event that makes them fail. You can build multiple buildings and locations. You have trade outposts. Yeah, trade outposts are kind of like, I think to some extent how it'll feel. Like, even if colonial nations are good, I think you'll still want a province here or there, or some locations here and there, just to make sure that you have more trade advantage than your colonies do. That way you can control where the trade goes. He doesn't think it's better to rush Asian or New World trade. Not that you can work out how to rush India trade yet. There's a few provinces that have relatively low population that they're somewhat fast to colonize. And so that's how you rush to India. India's not it, though, because you can't really get in on India very easily, but you can get in on, like, Australia and Indonesia somewhat easy. Let's answer some questions. IGN videos 2 minutes? I mean, we could do that. I guess a lot of people have been asking. Who usually colonizes Finland in your game? Is it Sweden? We haven't paid attention to that. I did my best to say what he said, but nothing in quotes. Yeah, that's fair. No, I get you. First run, I'm definitely playing the end date. I paid $60. It's going to be a while to get to the end date. Is Vassal play... Vassal play is extremely strong. Hey chat, remember a man can become a father, but it takes a special man like Generalist Gaming to become a daddy? Hell yeah. I'm Mary Poppins, y'all. Can we form custom releasables? No, you don't get to really do anything too crazy with releasables. Nervous for how complex for learning Victory. The great thing is even if you don't learn how to do a lot of the stuff, you can still kind of like play the game. It's not like you don't feel throttled by not understanding stuff very much. You still benefit from having your capital Europe for institution spread. Not directly from spread, but they tend to spawn there, so that's going to be a reason why. Let's find IGN EU5. See if we can just Google it. Not the advertisement. Can we watch this on YouTube? Where's the posting? Not my advertisement. Alright. Okay, so here we are. Looks like we're playing as Portugal here. Right now DirectX, like, does some funny business with the portraits sometimes. So it looks like they're on Vulkan. I assume that's gonna get fixed by release or something like this. And let's watch it. It doesn't start with too many estates. He's just clicking buttons. Yeah, he's just trying to show different menus. This doesn't seem... Yeah, this doesn't seem like a cohesive, like, this is trying to show menus rather than actually do anything that's, like, meaningful. It is showing the menus, though. That much is true. But this isn't how you would approach the beginning. We do get to see a bunch of menus. I'm not sure like how much commentary I could really put over this. I mean, we could comment. I guess we could comment on it a little bit, talking about what we should be doing in some of these systems and this type of thing. Oh, is the research tree? What's he gonna research first? Ah, actually, stab's probably fine. Recruiting a general. Don't have a war upcoming, but okay. Okay. Can my vassals make form rules? I don't know. What was it he just did here? Oh, we're exploring? Okay. Exploring is turbo not worth the money at this point. You don't have enough income. It's like 100% of his income as soon as he impulses, or as soon as the exploration stuff finishes. He's handing out some privileges. Sounds like he's just clicking buttons, doing some diplo. Yeah, it just looks like he's trying to check a bunch of different boxes of like stuff to show while playing in a continuous circuit. Probably did multiple takes to get this, to be honest. Because this is like somewhat clean for just showing a bunch of stuff, but it's also just kind of like from a gameplay perspective, it's kind of nonsense. He's just clicking buttons. That's not the one we want. Where's the one we want? This one. Did you play as France? Yeah, we did play as France. So is Morocco, the meta would be to move the capital to Sevilla? I'm not... I think you actually wanted in North Africa, maybe. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that, the fact that plantations have to not be on your starting continent might make it so that you want an African, capital instead of, Iberian one. Unless you control, like... I guess it depends how much of North Africa you control. Still not happy with the portrait? Yeah, there's gonna be a mod for that. That's, like, such a non-factor to me, to be honest. Like, even if I hate it, like, you're just gonna be able to mod it out. I never heard the sounds that are neat. Yeah, the sounds are responsive and nice. This is true. Research tree is kind of like Vic 3's? Yeah, it's kind of like Vic 3's. Just hate the portraits. Music is sick. Music is sick. What mechanics for Vic 3 are similar to EU5? I mean, the fact that it's driven by trade goods and prices, like the entire economics, like a backbone is the same. Like the architecture for it. Is it common to see Portugal AI as powerful colonial empire? The AI just doesn't colonize a lot right now, so no. Portugal just kind of doesn't do anything. Except sometimes get clapped by Castile, depending on how Castile's feeling. We got kind of back to Corbett's analysis that he did. Transatlantic slave trade is in and effective. Yeah, just turbo. You have to do it. AI builds too many forts, 100%. Economic warfare is possible, but not early game. Very hard to cripple a country with it. I don't know. People get enough trade range that they can probably figure it out. Seems really hard to like actually try and do that. No building slots, but building caps. Soft caps. Stuff gets progressively more expensive, but you do care about them. Tall is perfectly playable and best option early game. Yes, depending on what he means by tall. Loans are from estates, and interest is insane. Loans also loans are just turbo bad. I think each loan gives you -3% crown power. And the crown power balance is also really substantive because that just straight up decreases your income, man. I don't know if the estate. I think the estate might get the money though that you're paying in terms of interest and this type of stuff. So you're not deleting the money when you take a loan. So maybe it's kind of okay, but the man oh man, really don't like getting that crown power malice. I think taking loans when you're below 25 crown power is just gonna feel like turbo bad. How's the England gameplay? They had a better tax system, more authority over the land. They have some nice things going on. I think France has better advances and stuff. Does Granada survive sometimes? Sometimes they just get turbo annexed as well. Seems really high variance, Granada's fate. Morocco always gets decked on though, 100% of the time. Like in the first 5 years by Castile. Personal unions are not overpowered or underpowered. Yeah, they're kind of okay. Subjects are too loyal. Absolutely, 100%. A big criticism is it's the way you expand, and they like never do anything against you. You could get a metric ton of subjects. Yep, it's too easy to do subjects, meaning you can keep really small ones to keep them loyal, easy to control. To blob early game, you need vassals. Yeah. Vassals are slow to integrate. They get way faster. They're slow in the first stage. They get way faster. A punishes you if you're a bad ally or vassal, but it's a bit bugged. Your opinion of them decreases, not them of yours. That does sound like a bug. AI will ask for stupid amounts of money from you. Yeah, it scales. I left feedback for this, I think, earlier. It scales on your income and not their income. So they like this OPM will be asking you for like 10% of your income or something, or your per annum income. Banking income's mostly just buy loans, but you can go directly to them. We haven't played too much with this. He thinks you could create banking countries because there's a tab in subject creation for building-based countries. I didn't even realize this. Some mercs apparently exist. Banking is interesting, but since I think taking loans is bad, like in multiplayer, there's not. I don't think gonna be too much of a thing for it. Or I think it's bad. Maybe it's not. See, the thing is, you don't delete the money when you loan it. When you borrow the money, the interest isn't just lost; it goes to your estates, which is like not deletion. But the inputs for constructing a building aren't straight buy orders like they are in Vic 3. Like, it's just a cost that's throttled, so it's not as stimulating to build stuff. You want a Royal Marriage sound? No. Loans didn't really matter in EU4, so it might overbalance it with the EU5. Yeah. Balancing subject relations seems like an easy thing to do before launch. Yeah, like a lot of the really big complaints, it seems to like stuff that's not that hard to fix. Clergy important. Parliament hasn't changed much. Parliament kind of got... I don't know about that. The one I was really bullish on, which was extra taxes, got nerfed by 66%. You can avoid Black Death as West Africa or Greenland. Yep. Expelling pop's quite useful for coring provinces. Huh. I didn't know that they left at a higher rate for some pop versus the other. Control system's interesting. I do like control. Roads and rivers stack. Yeah, I think they do, and that bridges are really good, and you need a road to build a bridge. Dev is good. Developing dev is like really slow and long term though. Literacy is not easy to get early on, but then eventually there's a lot of sources. Eventually you just overcap clergy, and clergy have over 100%. But that's like much later on. Black Death is brutal. You lose like half your pop every time. the blackjack strategy is to do very little actively combat it, and then because you lose less stab. Yeah, it's fine. Really, if you have a decent amount of money, one of the options is really good because you build buildings. They cost like 16 apiece, and they give like minus 30% or plus 30% resistance, which comes out to like you losing like 18% less of your pops. Or like instead of losing 60%, you lose like 42% or something like this. Which is pretty good. Where's this post in question? I think we linked it. Some mega thread for creator stuff. We might even make it on here, but I think we've said too many things. That would be a nightmare to try and aggregate what we've said. Trade's no longer overpowered. You can't delete markets with temporary demands. I think generally you don't want to delete markets as much as just move them around, but deleting markets is like minus 50 stab. Maybe they've changed the cost though. Or like minus 80 stab. It's just like an unholy amount of stab to delete a market. You build slave markets to get pops, yeah. Low market access raises the goods sell price, not lowering the amount of goods produced now. Wait, what? I think I've observed this very recently not being the case. So I have to check this. What happens is RGOs, you don't get the tax based on lack of market access. That's interesting. In all honesty, if you were allowed to, what would victory 3 out of 10 and what would EU5 be in comparison? I mean, they're like way different games. I don't like those types of ways of looking at it. I think they're just super oversimplified. I'm enjoying playing EU5 right now considerably more than Vic 3. I think that to some extent answers your question, but like in the abstract, it's like it depends on like what the audience looks like, like how good the game is going to be. If we're talking about just in the turbo abstract for all people, how good is EU5? EU5 wouldn't be that good because like if you're not a grand strategy gamer type person, you're not going to be interested in this type of thing. So like, is that what we mean by good, or do we mean good for a grand strategy gamer? Good if you care about economics, good if you care about warfare, like these types of things, like it's just like it's such a question that tries to fit something that's quite large into like this narrow, tiny little box. I don't. Wow, our stream thing keeps like bricking. I don't know what it is, but it's not turning down the stream. No, I understood your question. I'm just saying like I don't want to rank them out of 10. In the abstract, I think EU5's probably like a better game than Vic 3, but like Vic 3 is like also doing something they're doing stuff that's really interesting too. I don't know. It's like they're like so different. Even though they have like similar like things that they're doing, and it also like helps like my evaluation of EU5 that I have way less hours in EU5 than I do in Vic 3. You could always have Vic 3 burn out at the moment. Yeah, exactly. We make a top 5 mistakes to avoid. Yes. Vic 3 is more unique. I don't even know about that. Just like if your status quo is EU4, then Vic 3 is way different from EU4 than EU5 is going to be. Mountain forts are broken right now and actually really bad because you can siege during winter, but you can't attack them during winter, and attrition while sieging is broken. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Agrees that making peace is broken, either to do with allies demanding too much or bribing people out of war. Yeah, we haven't really tried to bribe people out of war, but I believe them. Blobbing is both easier and harder than EU4. I don't know what that means. I think it's really turbo easy, but not really that good. Maybe similar to EU4. Victory is more unique. You still have access to EU5? Yes. You guys are asking less questions, though. The questions, like, stopped as soon as we started reading through this. EU5 runs much better now. Yep. Hour ticks don't slow the game down. Yeah, basically zero. The hour ticks are, it seems, 100% and only ever calculate battles on them. I guess if you had a ton of battles going simultaneously on the planet, they'd probably be a good amount. I know it's difficult to fit games in as absurdly broad and complex in the strategy game as a basic 1 to 10. I understand that. Sorry if this has been answered before. Will you be making top X lists? Yeah, we'll be doing a lot of top X lists. What is this? We have a new IGN vid. Have we seen? We did see the new IGN vid. You guys seem to really like that, though. I guess we could show it again, but it's really just like pushing some stuff through menus. The Corbett summary, though, is like it's less like takes, which are something I can respond to, and more just information, which I'm just like, yep, that's correct. Is the game better for roleplay? The game's good for roleplay. When do you have access until, ostensibly until we do the video thing, which I don't know when that's going to be. How's performance on your PC? We start slowing down pretty hard in like the 1700s. There's also stuff about performance that like I can't quite talk about that is a confounding variable for me that's not necessarily present for other creators. Is something simulate great divergence, or is it just faster text speed? I don't know exactly what the Great Divergence... Someone asked this before. I don't know exactly what it refers to, so it's difficult for me to comment on. But yeah, the video here is just like navigating through the UI. This guy's just doing stuff that doesn't... it's kind of like gameplay-wise, it doesn't necessarily like make all that much sense. Doesn't feel cohesive. Is tech 25 cost? Yeah, and then it decreases if you're an age ahead. There's more takes than extra general, but it's mostly just an information stream. Yeah. To some extent, when I started this, I was thinking I had more like Playmaker's like takes in mind, because Playmaker is super dooming about the AI, which I think the AI is weak, but I don't think it's that big a deal. Slash, it's like not 100% fair to judge them on this, but also as we get closer, it gets more and more fair to judge them based on the AI. With the super early version we got, I thought it like just was kind of inappropriate. Now it's kind of appropriate. The AI is just kind of weak. I can't answer hardware questions. I'm really bad at it. Can you guys not? Oh, is the video quality too low? I think I'm not sure if. I don't even have the upload quality. I'm uploading in 1080p, so me showing the video in 4K doesn't matter. Will you meet Papa Johan in Spain? I already met Johan. Very pleasant. Johan's actually really strong for like his age. Like in terms of like lifting. We talked about lifting a little bit. Which was super cool. I was shocked. Which country is chill for new players? I think Hungary is probably going to be the new one. Why can he stream and you cannot? Who can stream? Wait, what? The ambient sound music interface are wonderful. Yeah, and the music changes based on what you're doing. Like, I love the way that, like, the gameplay and the clicking and this type of stuff feels. And it's, I think, a lot of this stuff is a lot more responsive. Is this the game? Yeah, this is the IGN video, which shows gameplay. Other creators of the Mega 2? Yeah, we could just leave this video playing in the background and just respond to the Mega, because you guys don't necessarily need it on stream. Right? Maybe we'll do that. Because I think you guys like watching this stuff, right? Great Divergence is basically a question of why Europe ended up becoming military and economic hegemon as opposed to anywhere else. Oh, yeah, I feel like East is probably going to catch up, especially if, like, human players are active, but maybe the AI just will navigate it poorly. Yuan Gigachild, basically. Generalist versus Yuan Arm Wrestle? I'm down if he's down. I'm pretty sure none of the other creators would want to arm wrestle me, or developers or anything like this. I am so much bigger than everyone else. Slatsky, thank you for the follow, big nice. Except someone told me Koifish was jacked. Someone told me Koifish was bigger than me. I think that's a lie, but if he is, then, like, I mean, I guess... if my APM is crazy in peacetime, does the music get more intense? Yeah, it does. Oh, you guys can see what music I listen to. It has a... I have it on loops. It's not supposed to do that. Terrible. How deep are internal politics? Not super deep. Much less deep than Vic 3. It's mainly just estates. Do you have to keep track of characters in terms of civil wars? Not really. You do if you have a disaster. Would you say there's an obvious meta? I don't know. I would not proclaim obvious meta. There's too many content creators disagreeing. I generally feel like more content creators agree, like, that what I say is, like, no good. Or I think more content creators disagree with me on a lot of stuff than agree. Tibet's a difficult nation, agree. Corbett implies that countries feel different from each other. I can agree. He prefers Vic 3 and Imperator's assets. I prefer the look of Vic 3's UI more. Yeah. Corbett says balance is off, but that's what they want feedback from us. Yeah, this type of thing. Game is in a very unfinished state, and he was surprised with how soon the game is releasing. I don't know if I think it's very unfinished. I just think, like you could kind of run through the AI, but I don't know if I'd call it very unfinished. Doodle arm Koifish? Koifish is tiny? Okay, yeah. That's kind of what I suspected, but, like, bro, I don't want to be that guy who's like, no, I'm just way bigger. Like, not having seen the guy, because I don't know. Someone told me he was jacked. I should talk shit. Did you make Koifish? I have not met Koifish. That's why I don't know if he's jacked or not. Did Tibet have anything to counteract the apocalyptic terrain? Not so much the terrain, but they do get income from Yuan that helps to offset it in terms of power level. We have Corbett being concerned about the release date. Says it's a 7.5 game. The core systems work, but there's a lot of balancing. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. I think the balancing is like, it's way easier to balance than it is to be like, oh, this core thing is just broken. How tall are you? I'm 6'9". I'm like 5'10" or 5'11" on a good day, or if I'm the people I know, IRL, and I'm on a dating app, I'm like 6'1". Do you bulk or aesthetics? Does it look like I aesthetics? Team bulk, bro. Just kind of skimming through some of Corbett's takes. Seeing if there's something that I can, like, respond to in, like, a more substantive, like, oh, I agree or disagree type of way, because I'm not trying to hijack Corbett's, opinions. He thinks the learning curve may balance people, and he thinks a lot of people who like EU4 are going to be turned off by how different everything is, especially being much less anxiety and pops being so limited. I turbo agree with this. 6'9", 420 pounds? Hell yeah, brother. Look at the background gameplay. The map looks much less ugly than it did a couple months ago. Yeah, like, also, like, when you look through, like, the UI, like, once you've already, like, adjusted to it, so, like, I think people are just too fixated on the UI. How's the map look at low present? That's what I've been playing on. Looks okay. I mean, like, bro, I don't care what the map looks like, so I'm maybe the wrong person to ask, because it's just, like, super whatever for me. Thinks EU5 is more like Vicky 3 than it is Imperator in reference to the economic system. I would agree for the dynamic pricing. EU5 is exponentially better for roleplay than EU4. You don't need to be on meta to survive. I think it's too early to turbo talk about meta. You know what I mean? Someone said he thinks Castile is the best starting nation. This is false. I actually talked to Corbett about this, and he said that's not what he said. He said it's good for learning the game, not that it's the best nation. Or I guess that's ambiguous wording, maybe. The amount of micro is very customizable, big true. Although in my opinion, the AI is really bad at the eco, so if you let the AI take the wheel on the eco, that's a way to increase, like, difficulty. So you could do that, too. And maybe some people like playing like this. How long does it take to change culture? Quite a long time. Oh, wait. When Paradox IRL content creator clash? I think I put out there that I'm willing to have a boxing match with any content creator. I'm pretty sure, or like an MMA match or something like this. I think that, someone told me that Lath actually has boxing experience, so he'd probably dust me up. I'm a lot bigger, though. So, like, boxing probably lose. MMA probably not. Of course, a friendly competition. I wouldn't actually want to fight Lath. I'd rather enjoy hanging out with Lath in Sweden. How's your control doing? Well, we're not playing. This is the IGN video on loop in the background. Apologies. Because people wanted to look at the game while we're doing commentary, and we have something in the background. It's like... people kind of wanted to see this. We played Hansa for a little amount of time and then just didn't like it very much. Pretty sure he trains BJJ. Yeah, he does train BJJ. I talked about it with a little bit. I have like 2 years of BJJ experience. But yeah, that's like, I don't know. If you could stay on your feet and just like circle, you'll tire me out. Like the game plan for someone my size is just turbo straightforward, right? All the clicky noises. I want to see a Lord of the Rings one. Same. Control is very, very important in proximity kills. Yep. Control is just uber omni-important. I think this is hard to underemphasize to people. Control and market access. Market access is hyper opaque in the UI. I think that a lot of content creators don't even realize how important market access is. This is from Flurry Worry's kind of thoughts, which are generally shorter. Difficult to do a world conquest, that's probably true. The control comment was also in there. Tracing proximity of the coast is better than overland. I think it gets better like once you get into the final level of roads, but yeah, generally agree. Becoming is big bad for you. Mumbles reasons why it's not entirely clear. You just don't get rewards really too much for expanding out as much. Coastal capitals are best, but it means you need to build a navy. Coastal capitals are probably fine. I don't know if I'd say best, but sure, that seems fine. Next up, we have Cleo's views. We'll answer a couple questions and then jump into those. BJJ equals cuddling, big true. Is there anything you'd like to see added from Vic 3 that's not in the game and vice versa? An auto-expand feature on buildings. would be nice, so you could kind of set things up and then let them be like more in the background. Do IOs outside of personal unions appear during the game? Yes, but I think they're like situation driven. How is it difficult to kill Golden Horde as Kiev, Ryzen, and Carter Yoke Miner? Well, they're really strong, but you just like kind of wait for them to like get revved, and then you go after it. You probably have to wait until you get professional armies, which is like a little bit of a vibe, which is like 100 years, but then after that, if you eco up, you could probably pretty consistently break out like 100 years in. Or you have to do something fiddly with like pieces or diplomacy or something like this, and it's probably also easy, but like less straightforward. Alright, Cleo's thoughts. After playing 30 hours, 3 Venice runs, none of them completed. She's not read anything in the forums, she's had to learn it on the fly. 9,000 hours in EU4 though. Yeah, that's a lot of hours. Reached 1425 at the point, conquered almost all of Italy. Yep, it's pretty easy to conquer this type of thing. Just generally speaking, it's just not necessarily that strong. It's easy to get strong, according to her. Tall or wide doesn't matter. I think it kind of matters, but if you don't have high control, it's functionally very similar to just not owning the thing. Once you get pro army, you have an unfair advantage against the AI. Yeah, you hit timing windows, and you're just way stronger. Levies will ruin your economy. If you're playing in Europe, yes. If you're playing in India or a place that has a turbo huge amount of pops, it won't ruin your economy because you just have so many pops to spare. So before you have regulars, it's best to hire mercs. This is probably true. We don't play with mercs probably as much as you should. Black Death's worse for the AI. Yep. Tutorial seems very good. I would agree. Again, we're looking over a summary of Cleo's views in the mega thread as we kind of take a look at that. Still fielding questions as well. Will you keep on Vicky after the game drops? Probably not like immediately after. This next like 10-week like sprint before the release of the game, I'm probably going to be super EU5 focused, especially because they've given me a creator code that just gives me an absolutely fat cut, and in terms of like actually being able to generate money, like I earn less than minimum wage making Vicky 3 videos, but I think I'm like actually kind of doing okay with my code, which is code Generalist. If you want to support the channel and you buy on the Paradox Interactive official website, I do get a cut of the money. No discount for you though, so it's a little bit of inconvenience, but if you wanted to support, that would be a good way to do it. It is not more expensive for you, it's the same price. Unless you have a currency that's, I don't want to say weird, but some currencies have a significant price differential on Steam versus the official website, so... How do you think construction UIs for managing 300 plus locations? I think playing in, like, starting as Yuan is actually just kind of really, really rough. And I think when you get to late game, you slow down a lot if you're doing all the eco stuff yourself because of this. And this is the big reason why I want the automation thing. I was, like, in terms of me pushing for them to do something that I don't think they're going to do, the thing I've most aggressively pushed for is automation and construction. Aren't you under NDA? I'm not streaming the game. It's the Gamescom trailer. Yeah. But I think people liked seeing this more than just kind of staring at like something like this. As I talked, will you be able to stream gameplay again? Eventually. Will the creator codes keep working after the game comes out? I don't know how long my creator code's good for. There's something that says 30 days on the website, but I think that just might be the pay period. I don't really know. You get your money now or when they release? I get my money after like 30 days or something. Another thing is I think you can't refund if you buy through the store, and you can refund through Steam. So I think this is a substantive difference. Yeah, it's $40 in your region. Yeah. Would be so like if you think you might refund the game, don't buy it through the website using my code. Don't do that. Will they change the UI before launch? Yes, but I think they're kind of dialing into their finalized what it's going to look like. I think one of the reasons they hold off doing videos is because the UI is going to look different, and so as we get closer and closer to release and they start doing videos like this, I think we're not going to see as many UI changes. I think that this is more what we're going to be kind of seeing. Not main accounts. Thank you for following, but I'd wish you'd follow on your main. Big dice. Someone put their own thoughts in. I don't know if they're creator. Codic or something like this. Capital shouldn't automatically have 100 control. It doesn't have 100 control. The capital just has 100 proximity. Your capital can actually get under 100 control under some circumstances. Yep. Someone says road maintenance should be a factor. Maybe. That would slow down your eco. We have some suggestions for slowing it down the eco, because they want to slow down the player's eco a little bit, and I think they have some plans as well, so... Hedgeriz, thank you for the follow. Are you the main account? Big nice. Towns and cities could be nerfed. I don't know. I think you definitely want some rural areas, so I don't know if they should be nerfed. Also, I think eventually you want to slowly transition to having more town cities, so I think this is fine. But it looks like the mega thread doesn't have an aggregation of other people's opinions. I think we saw some, like, kind of lists with playmakers, but a lot of them just had, like, additional commentary where we just kind of wanted, like, a summary or, like, a capturing of it. Rather than having... The forums were, like, not very bullish on playmaker, so I kind of don't want to read through their representation of it a little bit. He was dooming over a couple things, though. The AI being generally weak, and HRE having some problems. You can revoke very quickly. I agree, you can revoke very quickly. And the AI is weak, and expansion's a little easy. I don't know, is the soundtrack being played double? Yeah, why don't we pause the soundtrack we have going on Spotify? I apologize. You can refund through the Paradox store? Okay. Took 2 browsers, managed to go through the payment. Big nice, thank you so very much. Yeah, I get 12%, which is an absolutely enormous percentage. Very generous cut. Like, normally, like, a third of that would be much more common. How does societies of pops become nations? Can you tag switch to play as these? There is a switch game or switch country function. I think it's actually bugged right now, but eventually it's going to be in there on release. It'll brick Iron Man. I don't know if there's a way to swap to Society of Pops. Yeah. Do you tag switch to play as... No, you can actually start as them, I think. And then you eventually kind of settle down. I don't know exactly what the minigame is going to look like, though. What are your thoughts on colonization? Like, where it's at? Or how it's balanced? I think in general it's probably a little bit too weak. It probably takes too long to get paid out for the input. But if you stack more modifiers, it gets cheaper. So it may just be the case that you look at it from the perspective of you just delay it more. I don't think that there's a ton of... I would like to see more flavor and stuff surrounding colonization, I think. Colonization's also just my favorite thing to do. I've done it like every run. Countries getting 50-year head start compared to historical discovery. America, is that true? I think that that's not the right way to capture it. I think if you are trying to discover America as quickly as possible, you can do it faster than it was done. But in terms of you actually being able to extract value from the New World, I think you do not end up doing it faster. So that's why I don't like that characterization. But yeah, you can discover the New World. If you beeline discovering the New World, you can do it faster. But that's not the same as, are you able to, start exploiting the New World faster? Really, it seems very hard to colonize everything if you wanted to do that by, the end date or something even. I mean, you're going to be getting more modifiers and this type of stuff, but really, it doesn't feel, too fast. It's just, the marker of it being too fast, you discovering the New World, is, is something you could achieve quickly, but you can't, really pull out ahead very quickly. Shame they didn't add mission trees. I actually don't like mission trees, so I'm kind of happy about it, but most of the community seems like they aren't happy with this. We're going to be going, another 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes. Is antagonism insignificant? This is one of my biggest kind of feedbacks. I think antagonism should just be tripled. And I think Playmaker roughly agrees with me on that number. I don't think it should just, the number should be tripled. I think that there's just not enough antagonism on, 3 groups of people is there's not enough antagonism regionally. In that people will only really care if you go after their culture or if you go after their religion, or they'll really care if you go after both. Your subjects don't care if you generate a lot of antagonism, and your allies don't care if you generate a lot of antagonism. So a couple strategic alliances and a little bit of strategic expansion makes it like so you can basically just complete. I mean, you're not ignoring the mechanic, but you just turbo don't care. And I think that like the values could just be tripled, but what it should be is that your subjects start caring and your allies start caring, such that your allies will break away from you, they'll join the coalition, they're just not a fan, this type of thing. But in general, yeah, I think that antagonism, but this is like, people are like, on the forums are like so doomy about stuff, it's like actually just a quick fix. You could actually just like triple the numbers and that'd probably be a fine adjustment. Only got 3 content creators on there for now because I haven't seen Playmaker's video, and a lot of people were crazy about it both ways. Yeah, a lot of people were super dooming about it, and then a lot of people were just like negative on Playmaker. That's why I like don't want to scroll through like the comments, because like I don't want to include that. I just want to include the perspective and respond to the perspective. And so I just I think like both sides are like just like turbo reactionary or whatever. Like people accusing Playmaker of operating in like bad faith or like this type of thing, and I think that's just silly. I think he's just like generally just like a little bit more negative in terms of how he conveys information. So it's like which is like that's completely fine. Like I think so. Here's the thing. Like I think like his big thing is like blobbing's too easy. I think if blobbing was like, if it passed the threshold where blobbing was too hard, he would be complaining about blobbing being too hard, right? I think the middle ground where he's like, it's perfect is probably small. But like, he's also like correct about a lot of the stuff about blobbing being too easy. In my opinion. I think he thinks it's a way bigger deal than I think it is. Or that it's like, super doomy and that like this encompasses a very large proportion of, the attention, based on what I'm reading. Maybe the people who are conveying the position are also just doomery, and he's actually not doomer at all on it. I've seen a couple of his videos where he talks about stuff, so I think that he is probably just generally like it's Jover kind of maybe a little bit more than I would in terms of the way I convey the information. Is the website a Steam key, or is it tied to a Paradox account? How does it work? They email you a Steam key, is my understanding. Are people following you with burner accounts because of spreadsheets? Hell yeah, brother. To hide it from their spouses? Obviously. It looks like it will be playing Vic 3, the tutorial with the calculator at the side. Have you played the New World? We didn't start in the New World. We've colonized a lot. How's performance on your PC? It starts slowing down like pretty bad at 1700, but we also are barely above the minimum requirements, and if we were determined, we could probably play to the end date, so... kind of, I think, like, a little bit, like, average for a Paradox game. Like, almost all Paradox games slow down, and, like, it's a vibe. Do you think they'll bring in all 4 seasons and it'll affect gameplay? Well, winter already affects gameplay because it shuts down construction and it shuts down mountains and you can't pass through it. I don't know what you mean by all 4. I know that they're not planning on having seasonal agriculture, just because it's kind of fiddly without much payout. Like, it leads to unfun gameplay patterns, like, without really improving the simulation that much, so I don't think they'll get more seasonal than what they have with winters. I'm very worried about the lack of mission trees. I fear the game will suffer from the sameness problem, particularly that I have with Vic 3. I think that they've made it so you can mod in mission trees, and I think that people will just mod in mission trees, and they'll just have their modded mission trees. And the people who want mission trees can download mods for it, and then the other people can do their thing. Not like mission trees in WoW. What's the substitute? Having some sort of like emergent thing for where your cabinet sets like something that they want to go for, and like you having higher cultural the internal politics of estates and cabinet and characters determines agendas that people want to achieve, and then also that this is informed to some extent by your culture, where like maybe having a lot of cultural tradition will make you like more proud and inward facing, and having a lot of more influence will make you more outward facing, and that also your values can inform what types of agendas that you get, and these agendas like some sort of thing that is emergent based on like the underlying like internal politics and culture of your nation, and like this type of thing, have this inform like what the equivalent of a mission would be, rather than just some wonky tree that says, oh, it's time to conquer Denmark as Greenland or something like this. Do you know what was the largest MP lobby and how well it ran? I don't know. To be fair, the stream title was Everything Wrong with EU5. Yeah, I don't like the doomer, like, slant on that. And yeah, that was the title. But, like, also, like, people are acting like he's lying to get clicks or something like this, and I think that that's just, like, turbo absurd. Do you think antagonism's been balanced with huge cultures in mind, but too insignificant when broken up into smaller subcultures? I don't know what it is, but they really don't care about what you do in the region, like, at all. Like, it's really, really driven by culture or religion. I believe it's delivered at launch for the key. Even more, to be fair, if you want a game to be better, you don't talk about wanting it to change the good stuff, but you only talk about changing the bad stuff. Yeah, that's also a fair type of thing. I'm just generally responding to your guys' questions, so if you ask me questions about, like, negative stuff, I'll just be saying negative stuff. If you ask me good stuff, I'll say good stuff. Is this a live stream of EU5? No, this is, we're repeating the video from the IGN, where they have live gameplay, but it's not too much thing. When is... sorry, I'm meeting someone, and I forgot when they said they were meeting them. Okay, so I'm getting picked up at 1:30, so we can go, like, another 20 minutes or so. I thought it was 1:15, which would be less time. How much harder is it, slower, how much harder / slower is EU5 compared to Vicky 3? The first 100 years is maybe 70% of the 100 years of Vicky 3 or something like this, maybe 60%, and then every subsequent 100 years, maybe you're adding on 30% more time or something like this. It will take way longer to finish a run of EU5 than Vic 3. What region of the map feels best to play? What's the and the worst / underrated? Well, the worst is probably Russia, relative to like the EU4 experience. Russia's just turbo awful. Bad resources, low pops, low access to institutions, this type of stuff. The best place to play is, or like, Korea feels like super poggers. I don't know, Japan probably feels really good too. Japan, I mean, like, they're a little bit slow on the tech, and that kind of feels bad. I think Egypt is maybe going to be a lot stronger than people expected and just feel very, very smooth. Nations where you are the only one in your market, and your entire nation is in that market, just generally are going to feel really good as well. So Mali is like that. Hungary is like that. Just because everything will feel like much more smooth, and it's until you like play, it's like fixing something in one market and then not having it fixed in another market, and then you're just like kind of roll your eyes and you're like, okay, I have to do this entire setup procedure in this other market too. Versus like just having everything be one market, and you just focus on that. It's much more smooth, and it's, I think, much better if you're like a new player. EU4 defining feature was mission trees. That's from my perspective, almost all my hours are pre-mission tree on EU4. So I don't know if I would. Yeah. Seasonal food, like Imperator, would be cool. I'm not a fan of seasonal food. I think you just don't get... I don't think you get enough return for your mechanic. I want dynamic mission trees and that responds to what's happening in the world. That would be dope. Yeah, that's basically what I would like to have, except like instead of a tree, because a tree makes it so you know what's at the start and what's at the end. It's just an emergent like agendas that's driven by the underlying like politics and stuff of your nation. I don't have a problem with like missions. I have a problem with the trees. Teaser at launch, yeah. How can you play? We're watching the IGN video. Maybe we shouldn't watch it because everyone comes in and they're not sure what we're doing. Because it was either have this in the background or have like something like this in the background. And it seems like people prefer this. If people don't prefer this, please let me know. Would you be open to do collabs with other EU5 content creators? Absolutely. I think that Playmaker wants to do a podcast because we disagree on so much stuff. And so we might end up doing that. We might ask him about that. He's also like... he's also generally a lot more doomery in terms of like what he talks about, or like the way he presents information. And I don't think I'm like always like that positive. I think I'm pretty close to neutral, but I think a lot of people who aren't close to neutral think they're close to neutral. So I could just be horribly wrong. What do you think about splitting some of the cabinet positions into province level decrees? Almost all the cabinet stuff is provincial, rather than, like, a location or area based. Do you plan on making tutorials for EU5? To be fair, I've already made some tutorials, but they've kind of been invalidated somewhat. Have you ever referred to yourself as we or us outside the videos? Yes, but that's just like a habit from making videos now. The most important part of the mission tree's IMO is the modifiers and access to CBs. Yeah, but you could get CBs from, like, something that didn't have trees, you know? Can you do a comparison of England's starting position using the latest maps with France Castile? Like you said, you'd do it later. Oh, we could take a look at Castile. Castile's the last one we've taken a look at. Where we haven't taken a look at. But honestly, this looks just very strong. We did look at Castile, like, in the video that we had on Castile, like, somewhat recently. But overall, I think that the, like, really... Like, so with... Yeah, we'll take a look at all three of them in a row, because you donated, like, forever money. You donated, like, 5 times or something, so let's take a look. So there's Iberia. And then France. France, I think, is going to have... So we'll just kind of cruise through these, because we have talked about these quite a bit already. Here, why don't we replay the Spotify music? So, in general, bullish on wool. You have a lot of iron here now, in terms of, like, resources, and so you're looking, like, just very, very good. In terms of terrain, the terrain matters a whole lot less, because you're going to push everything through maritime, but happy to see farmlands and woodlands, and, like, not too many forests, and grassland and sparse, so, like, overall, this is just very, very solid. I think you do have some hills, yeah, over in this portion, so pushing control, and getting development is going to be a little bit slow in a lot of your places, but your resources are good, and, like, geographically speaking, you have a good opportunity to push control everywhere through naval, and so this is just generally going to be very strong. And now with, like, the updated resources, you're just, like, looking very good. Like, you have a couple coppers, you have a ton of lead, you have a ton of iron, lumber, and then you have wool. You don't have too many of the uber premiums, but you have way more than you did before. You have 2 silver here, you got a silver here, you got a silver here. 4 silver, that's actually starting to get into really solid territory too. Maybe I'm just underestimating them, just generally speaking. We should take a closer look at England, like, in terms of us actually playing it. Castile, like, looks like they have a bad terrain at first, but then, like, they have pretty good veins. We've played Castile a couple times, so we've gotten to think out through Castile. But overall, I think you can get pretty good control over to Iberia. The proper place to the capital is either Sevilla or in Barcelona. And that, in terms of resources, you're generally probably worse than England, and probably worse than France. In terms of your terrain, you're going to be worse than France as well, and you're not going to be able to push as much control as England. The thing is, you have probably better expands as Castile, and you being able to push North Africa really well, or the Mediterranean if you go Barcelona, is a significant advantage that is foregone for both the other two. Livestock in general is pretty bad. Oh, they have the livestock the wrong color. Everything's color-coded, and they don't have, like, the right color on these things. But you actually have decent resources at Granada. It's really nice to have a marble. I don't know if there's any marble for England, so that might be a thing that's lacking. But you don't need a ton of marble, just 1 is pretty good. because it just builds up and then you upgrade cities, and the big thing is decreasing the cost of upgrading cities. You do have a couple copper. You have a lot of things, or you have a little bit of a lot of things, and you have a ton of wood, especially in the north, so that smooths things out for you quite a bit. But generally speaking, I think you only have the 2 premiums, so a little bit light on the premiums. Now, France, just to be clear, is way more land than both of these two. But the big draw of France is all flat land. So you will actually be able to push control through France monstrously well. There's also a bunch of river complexes. You can see it's not very vegetated. There's lanes through which there's no vegetation, so no vegetation, flatland. You're really going to be able to get a lot of control everywhere. Ton of farmland here. There's farmland also in the lowlands. It's some of the most dense farmland areas, so you're going to have really high dev. The farmland, you're worse at pushing control, but with the dev, you eventually get better at pushing control. And then the resources are just very, very solid. I think there's 3 or 4 silver. There's silver there. Where is all of it? I forget exactly where it all is, but one thing really liking about France is the way that all the iron is spread out. So you can have really, really nice tooling stuff, and then you have wool spread out as well, and you have access to some premiums like silicon dyes that aren't really accessed on the other one. You have 1 spices here. So overall, I think the resources probably slightly worse density than England, but it's really nice to have the dyes, which England doesn't have the dyes or the silk. So a little bit more independent. You also have way more fiber crop than England, which is going to be good for a variety of stuff. You also have the marble and the sand, nice to smooth things out. You get another sand there. And so overall, like looking really, really good. I think they kind of all are good in their own ways. If I had to rank just like the territory and how much we like it and this type of thing, it would probably be number 1 to France, but part of this is that they have the most territory, right? And then probably number 2 to England, and then Castile in last. England's kind of got some much better density on the resources than Castile. Castile, you're benefiting a lot from where you are geographically, though. And maybe we end up being wrong. I think England has the worst advances, though, out of the 3. I think France has the best advances, and then Castile, and then England. And so, in terms of trying to think through which country is the best, I imagine France is just... If France has the best territory and the best advances, I think they're just better. And then I think it's maybe a little bit of a toss-up between England and Castile, which ones... They seem kind of, like, roughly speaking, tied. I hope that was sufficient. We'll pause this and we'll continue answering questions. We are kind of cruising up on the last bits of time. But hopefully that was a little bit of a thing. Do you think there are too few cabinet actions at the beginning? No, I think it's fine. I don't know how many other things I would want to specifically do with the cabinet that I think is appropriate for a cabinet. Unless they had more, if they had more systems and more mechanics, then cabinet actions affecting those mechanics would be nice to see. No, please keep the gameplay in the background. I prefer gameplay. Okay. EU5 servers? Hell yeah, brother. I infinitely prefer forums. Yeah, the one thing I don't like about this is it kind of baits. I don't like that someone comes in, they're like, oh, EU5 gameplay, and that's not what it is. The nice thing about seasonal food is that if you're a little below surplus, you'll have like 1 month of starvation at the end of winter instead of having to pause the game and figure out starvation right away. I think it leads to gameplay patterns where you can't dynamically respond to stuff. Would love you talking to Playmaker. Yeah, I think that that's probably a good idea. How come you're the only one streaming, playing, well, we're not playing EU5 is one of the reasons. We're watching the IGN video on repeat. The clicking sounds nice, yeah. I want to like Vicky 3, but I think it's too complicated. Would you be able to reassure me that EU5 is not, won't be too like Vicky 3? Well, Vicky 3 has a ton of depth. The systems go super deep, and it's difficult to tell what's going on. And that's why Vicky 3 is tough. There's more systems in EU5, so I won't say it's more complicated. I will say that it has less depth, economically speaking. Vicky 3, it's hard to tell, like, what you're doing matters. And it's a little bit more straightforward in EU5. But a lot of like the mechanics and like the stuff relating to markets that are present in Vicky is going to be present in EU5. How well do you think the buildings are gonna map onto the EU5 factories when they make the EU5 Vic3 converter? Probably pretty good, actually. Yeah, you probably just say tools turns into tools. Fabric turns into clothing factories. Probably actually going to be pretty solid. The hard part, in terms of the numbers, the hard part is going to be that there's like 50 times, or there's like 25 times as many locations as there are states. So good luck with that. Yeah. What country would you play? Would Bob Ross play in Europe Universalis in terms of mapping? I don't know. Timurids maybe. Call it a happy accident playing Ming eats Yuan. Yeah. This dynasty, it was an accident. Could you go through Aragon control strats, having Barcelona as the capital in Iberia? Also better to integrate Castile or to keep colonizer minion? Oh, it's probably just better to integrate. We could go quickly over it. We're starting to bump up against the time, but there's a river that cruises through here and flat territory, so I think you just like want it in Barcelona, and then you get maritime to propagate this, and then the river pushes in, and it's fairly straightforward. I think that if your capital is Sevilla, you get maritime over here, and then it pushes in, and if then you could also just capital Barcelona here. There's marble in England. Yeah, just the one is like sufficient, but it's really nice to have one. Founding cities on trash livestock areas. Yeah, generally I think that's smart. It was me who asked to change the forum color code for 3 or 4 resources. To change it to this, where the livestock is this color? Shame on you. Because in game, it's its own color. What kind of silk did France produce? Well, they did bring in over silk from China. They smuggled it out. Wallachia, I think, has quite a bit. Is there Latin resources? Yes, there are resources that spawn later. Thank you. Alright. You're very welcome, financial literacy. Thank you for all the donations. I hope that answered your questions in terms of, like, how... I guess we didn't talk very much about how you would approach it as France. I think Orléans might be the best place for a capital as France. Just because of where it's located with the rivers, but the idea is kind of further in the north. You can push control really well to the lowlands. Lowlands is probably worth taking, and you look at it as you have like this lowlands chunk, maybe even into Great Britain, and you can push control all the way south. A little bit of gems here too, so. How hard is it to upgrade an army from melee only to firearm? It's pretty easy. You just hit the upgrade button. There's nothing too crazy on that. In a standard playthrough, what gameplay aspect do you spend the most time on? Probably setting stuff up / control, deciding where to build stuff, this type of thing. Like, if you can afford a bigger stick and you just have a bigger stick, usually the military is pretty straightforward. And that's kind of my approach. How strong is unified Italy? Pretty good. Look, if you have a navy as Italy, you're just going to be absolutely apocalyptically hard to attack. You just go defensive values on Italy with a big-ass navy, and it's like, what do you do? There's, like, no way in. I think Italy and Korea and England... Well, England actually is an island, but they'll all feel like islands, and they'll be really hard to get in on. We might not catch up before we have to go. We're going to be going in 3 minutes, even if we don't catch up. Apologies, but we do have commitment. What's the best Italian nation to unify as Italy? Probably Naples. I think Naples has the best content, and I think they changed it now so you get to keep your old advances. So the fact that you can keep the Naples stuff. And also Naples has like the best place for the capital, so probably Naples. Any comment on how you will simulate late-game Korean exploitation colonialism, considering Asia tends to be richer, way more populated? Getting a significant enough trade advantage that you can control the trade in the markets would be a really good go. I don't know exactly... we haven't seized control of India's markets that much as Europeans. So I don't know how easy or doable that'll be, let alone Chinese, so... Yeah, EU5 has automation, yep. Wait, are you playing? Nope. We are watching the IGN video, which features some gameplay. But, sad Thursday indeed, I apologize. People wanted this in the background instead of seeing the forums. Is there a time limit for how long you can stream EU5 content? We're not streaming it. I don't know, I would love to be able to stream it. I'm thinking of trying to maybe convince them to let me stream it exclusively. I do think that part of the reason they're doing this push where they give a bunch of content creators keys, ours is Generalist, if you want to buy off the website, the Paradox website, it would help us out. It gives us 12% of the sale. It's not a discount for you though, so it's a little bit of inconvenience if you wanted to support. But I think that whoever gets the most of these, they'll probably let do some extra stuff. I think that this is their plan. I think that this is one of the reasons they're doing that, is so that they can decide who the community wants to see. I don't think you understand the heresy you're saying about putting the capital in Barcelona instead of Valencia or whatever. I know it's heresy, but I care about mechanics, my guy. Does England sometimes win the 100 Years' War? We've never seen it. To be fair, we've only seen status quo stalemates, with the exception of France winning once. Do you think there's enough of a reason to pick either admin, diplo, or mill for advances, or is it that one is always usually selected? I think admin we universally select on the first stage, but like the second age we've selected all three, and the third age I think we've selected either... I can't remember what we normally select for the third age. I don't know. The first ones just seem straightforwardly admin's the best, and then after that it seems like reason to pick other ones, usually dependent on what your run looks like. Like if you're a colonizer heavy, you like have to do Diplo. Does Rivers project control and market access upstream? Yeah, I think they changed it, and so now it works in the correct direction. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to double check. Kuba, thank you for the $5. Thank you so very much. Big nice. Do you think there are any major advances for forming nations like Italy, GB, and stuff, such as accepting more cultures? I know you can unify culture without doing it. Is it worth it to hold an exclave with some busted trade good overseas country lacking particular good, or is it wasted due to awful control? No, you can build a bailiff there. I think it's worth it. I kind of don't like that it's worth it, but like it's just like it's better that it as long as it's a core. As long as something's a core, it's like almost always better for you to own it instead of a subject owning it. And this wasn't the case before, but I think it's the case now because the AI used to be much more aggressive about dev province, and they used to increase the dev by a lot. And then also the dev province interaction that they don't even use as often was nerfed by 80%. And so I think this has substantially pushed things away from having subjects own stuff. Unless they're a one-location miner, because if they're a one-location miner, them hosting parliaments does increase dev by a lot, but that's kind of it. How's performance? Not impressed by what you see? Well, this is a recording, and it's on 1080, so it's being uploaded in 1080, or our upload is 1080 for the stream. But the performance is, it seems fine. It doesn't seem like crazy good. It slows down a little bit. It seems playable. I think that we are below the recommended, or we're just above the minimum requirements, and so we are experiencing some pain points personally, but like to be fair, it's like they recommend something a little bit better. Yeah, it's just clicking buttons and showing off the UI basically. But EU4 late game is garbage, yeah. Anyways, we do have to be out because we have to be talking about, or we have to be doing our thing. I hope that, there's a lot of you guys who came out, so maybe we'll do another one of these. Maybe we'll host a vote whether or not we want to do another QA stream. Thank you all for coming out. For those of you who wanted to support the channel, we do have code Generalist if you want to pre-order the game through their website. I think our code actually works for anything. I think you can order anything, so I guess if you wanted to order Bloodlines as well. We do get 12% of the sales. There's no discount for you though, so this is just to help me out. If you're interested in doing that. Other creators have codes, so if you prefer another creator, go find their code. And if you just want to send more money to Paradox, don't use anyone's code, because they're paying us out, obviously. Yeah, I think we'll just answer like one or two last questions. It's just everyone saying goodbye. Okay, fair enough. And so we will be out of here. I hope you guys enjoyed. We'll just actually very, very quickly see if anyone is streaming the EU5 category, because no one we know. I think we're probably the only person in the category. But if we're not, we'd rather turn you on to someone else who's streaming the same thing. No, we're not. Okay, so we'll just call it a stream. Actually, wait. We'll send you Habibi's way for the Twitch viewers.
Yes.
So we'll also link it to the YouTubers, and then we will call it a day. So there's the link to the YouTubers. To the Twitch viewers, we will copy-paste his name, and then do /raid, because we don't want to type absolute VB, because that's a lot of characters / letters. Steam Manager /raid. Well, maybe we should just end this for the YouTubers. Alright, and then the YouTubers will say God bless, thank you so much for coming out, and then the Twitch viewers we will send on the way to Habibi. Bye-bye now.